Okay, please go watch the beginning of go watch the one before this, as to um, things to discuss today. That's why I cut it off in case something happens to it. And this is just going to be a live stream to catch all the shenanigans around here, like any. Uh, there was rain last night. Again, I was discussing this. I finally just fell asleep on the yoga mat, kind of half under the table over there. But I'm gonna go about business and just leave it on to catch it. Please watch the one right before this. That's why it's shorter. This is just a live stream. Catch it. Catch it. They were carrying on all day, all morning. is lunch, dinner, something. Just hungry. I've ate. My schedule is so. Yeah, you've seen it. I fell asleep finally on the yoga mat.
Today's other headlines, meanwhile, in Northern California.
You can still hear it on the TV.
ABC's local news network, America's most watched news service.
Caesar Milan, how actors God's life. Sorry. It's Monday to the show. Blueberry.
Oh. No. Yeah. Big chunk of beef. It doesn't sound like it's like really loud when you. That many locks on the door took a year. Yeah. October 2023. It was a series of progression of events where, like, all the different ways they could break in and kill you in drawers. Like, apparently, you just like wake up and be in a night castle, and they're home invasion wars. Then there's like, probably a mouthful. It's not me. It's not me proof. The windows have locks in them. Really, yeah. One of them said you'd have to remove the back door. Like, this is how this happened. So there's like, and there's now like two Amazon locks that would just make it really hard to. And there's like a camera right there. That camera, like, I broke the wire. But I mean, still, no. It just broke. I need that next time. I want to spend money on something other than like this. There's snow on top of like my Charleston. You can see all that, but it's really pretty. I'm gonna take a walk up. I had to walk up to the store and the pharmacy and everywhere. I walked up to the DMV. I have my exercise that way. I just wanted to go to the gym. They have like a full track to walk around. Maybe I'll meet somebody nice and some nice people. Instead, I like we had to sleep under. Finally, oh, I recorded it. Oh, it's so bad. I'm being hit by like the in progress police car door by smart. Maybe it's using that's actually the car staller. Really, yeah, the car staller. And didn't that just tell your smart car to shut down or something? Ow. I don't know. Apparently, it's not lethal. Well, they've been doing it for 6 months, so I'd probably be dead already. What's the point of it anyway? Can we get it off our stuff? Oh. I mean, I can see the car staller, but not if you're gonna let like police aren't allowed to do anything like without a warrant, or and then the warrant has to match proper and then be filed as such in like capital city and then federal air traffic control court, which should have happened here just overall, and it didn't. Apparently, it was like not okay to begin with, but they didn't know because he falsified the evidence. They're not there no more. They could just need to be shut down, or then if it was in progress or something, well, then you have to explain more on wiretaps also and things like that. That's for terrorism. As soon as you walk into anything other than professional and completely accountable by the by the book, which you're not supposed to be inclined to anyway. I mean, a criminal or a big league criminal monster. But the, what do you call it? Well, but then if it's in progress, you have to explain to the courts like why you did something immediately, like mirror their shelf phone and check out who they were and what was on that. There's a track and a swimming pool. Just need some a women's workout room. Area. I have a free smoothie I haven't used. I just walk on the road on the highway road. I gotta go. The grocery store and pharmacy is near for some stuff. I needed a donkey. I want to go to Wild Donkey Town. I like donkeys. Donkeys are adorable. They're funny. They're smart. Yeah. But there's a wild donkey town where they feed them. They come up and eat. I remember I went once with my grandfather. Um, there were times like eat out of his pockets. Turning on. They come right up to you in town because everybody feeds them. Yeah, I used to use donkeys for all sorts of stuff, so they got out. Now there's wild ones. The ones in Donkey Town, Pet the Donkey Town, they were pretty much paid. Yeah, I just feel like there's hiking trail nearby. I want to go pet the donkeys and go for a hike. Like I said, I like donkeys and my friends. But I needed one because I ended up with so many like tote bags from Walmart, Albertson. My little pile. There's a swimming pool at the gym. It's right next to like where I was going to go apply for a job. It's in the same complex. Right next to the GNC and the Sally's Beauty Supply. My my hair bleached, dye my hair blonde there instead. But yeah, because I was gonna go check it out. I got applications. But now I'm like trapped in the house with Disney. I do that anyway. Last time I drove the car, well, I'm not sure. I can drive the car up there, but like it's really in progress down here. He tried to stall the car. He was like zapping me, zapping the car. Really, I'm not making it up. There's a really busy road up back. I'm really beat up. I had to sleep finally. I just couldn't. You can't. The store. The how it works is if you're sitting up and kind of leaning over, it can't aim at your crotch or something. But as soon as you lay down and aren't moving, you're just fair game, which makes it impossible to sleep. Also, it hurts. It wakes you up. So the way you end up, and I've never experienced this before, and before they started using what they're doing now, which was about what, like 7 months ago now, 6 months ago now, and like I said, it gets worse and worse. I used to be able to sleep out here laying down. Yeah, they keep just working on it and working on it. And then I was able to sleep in a reclining chair, just normally. But at this point, I finally fall asleep because I'm too exhausted not to fall asleep. So, because I got the car back when my father came out to visit in October 2025, or he bought me a car. That's a brand new 2024, fully paid off again Nissan Versa. So I don't want that thing on the car. I'm afraid I might break something across the car. So. No, that's not how it works. Yeah, that's just not. Ask. If you ask the police, that's not how it works. It's actually kind of creepy. You know? The thing really stalks you. The sentient part, if there is one, likes me. I just can't get them to like. They turn it off, and it's really mad at them. Like as far as I can tell, though, but they just point the gun at me all the time. No, he anamorphizes it. I mean, because he's schizophrenic, he anamorphizes the dispatch computer and the apps and stuff like that. But the sentient part of the dispatch computer over there he's using hates him because it's like a Loomis hub computer. It's a bank computer, and it likes me just fine because Alexa like I don't know. I don't think it can't turn off what they're doing. It's just sort of like a weapon, and they can point it if they have a password at people.
Hi, I'm Jessica. There's so much guidance. Everything I need to succeed is here at Real Intelligent Nursing. And it's here for you too. At Cox, your internet and mobile price war change for 5 years, from 5 Halloweens to 5 4th of Julys. Same price guaranteed. Cox, a step back for breathtaking speeds of data limited mobile taxes and fees included for press on home for these convenience. Have you looking for a speed secret? Consider that you show them smooth. So, how are things? You know, like, and now these new tax changes. In the right place, and the right guy. Because I turned big tax changes into your biggest refund, guaranteed. That's it, my. You're getting thousands back. So, how you been now?
Refund before you help in the tax loss, rest easy. Checks out your taxes, guaranteed.
Sure.
I don't know. It'll last like 4 months, How to sleep sitting up, because it's my father. So many times when my father was here, in my bedroom, I just took the I wasn't, took the backrest pillow, and just like saying, I don't know, I'm sure he would like to always me, but I don't think he's supposed to do this instead. Good dishes. Maybe I'll make a cheesecake later. It's gonna be, it's so awful. I just wanna lay down and go to sleep tonight. Spend the whole night sleeping laying down. I'm getting electrocuted. It's electrocution too, or something weird. Like that old lamp over there, I was screwing in a light bulb after I turned it on to check. And the light bulb was like too small or something, I don't know. But it electrocuted me and I was like, it's the same, this is the same thing. How, I have no idea. It's so mean that way. It's very, very abusive. There's gotta be some kind of charge that's that. Really? Let the inaudible noise out. Well, it's there. There's no such thing as space aliens. Unless they have like a Stargate or something. I kind of see that. Space aliens have a Stargate? What the hell are you doing? Bromine name? No, you. You're awful. Do you have a appetite for Spock? Yeah, we're over here. Sure. Maybe we can set it interesting. Not with you people though. It'll just be interesting. There actually are aliens and they did have this target. Like I said, text kind of weird sometimes. So. Is it Kev? Do you have a nicer alien? Your boss is a monster. Appears to be it's a people cookbook on you for sure. Awful. Our alien baby's awful. Like X-Files. Why are aliens such poor birds and mothers with the children? Okay. Light or hearty situation. It's just been going on so long and I've been like recording it all the time. Winter alert. San Francisco, Lake Tahoe, Yosemite. California's gonna be interesting. Sierra Nevadas. So sad. I was at there at that picture where it's like New Year's, where I'm wearing the shiny shirt and the kind of like purple lipstick, and I have like a sparkly infinity and gray and black. We were at the old folks home in Florida with my grandfather because I was up in Raleigh and then I went back down. I went to Florida and when I came back up to pack things up for grandpa, he's very, very with it and healthy for 98 years old. And it was the whole episode was fun, and my mother like could ride the golf cart up to it. They're having a great time up there talking, and there's good food, really healthy. I remember when he sitting there when he came on the plane. Um, but sometimes an audible like they just put you in the like this wherever they wash the sewage used to, and they put it in the land and then push the thing, and you end up sometimes and you like end up all the way down like in baby Jessica way down the well. The computer that found it was very upset in the story. She wants to dig him out. Keeps reading like apparently you can like see a map or something in the story. Really, yeah, he was doing it last night. And he just passed out. No, he's still zapping the heck out of me. No, I'm not sure. I don't think he gets me because the Faraday cloth was completely. If you completely cover yourself in Faraday cloth, then you're like, you're a horrible way to die. I know. Oh. He also coats people a lot. He sexually assaults like women and children really badly. I mean, it's like unbelievable. He has no idea in that story. So it is all. It's just unbelievable. They're also in like trackers crematoriums in foreign countries because they didn't have like I think it's some kind of crematorium from public works. It's fun to like slowly roast people until they're crispy and then let them out and then roast them again and again. Like roast children and like you have to like roast. Are you kidding? No, I mean, did you hear them? Really, I'm trying to sleep. No, like the first one, the like, oh, not that story about like it was this morning again. Oh, and then you pretty much like, what do you do? Snatch children off the that were playing and I'm going by with their parents in Taurus. I was watching Venice Carnival and then walking toward Venice because it came up next. In Albert Fish. I swear under oath this is in fact the case. This is what the inaudible noise on heavy breather on Alexa says. He said it for months. He's done this for months. That was the little girl stuff in the wall because this is supposed to be in like I came home. I'm walking home with groceries. I don't know. It's in the last 2 years, ways back. But apparently they've been in a little girl's bedroom all night with this thing, and then it's all like her, sir, the other guy. I'm here. Ah, my chair. Okay, my booter holes. Okay, the unbelievable language. Really, unbelievable language. So I immediately posted and sent it out to um, okay. That was police. There's a crazy man heavy breathing on the cell phone about molesting children. I swear, good to God. No, they have speech to text. And look, see, I'm looking at like frequency here. He heavy breathes on frequency. It's a totally schizophrenic dude. Sometimes there's like a schizophrenic dude on like, no, just check. On Alexa frequency, like,
Including a 2-year warranty and same-day shipping. Trust Redwell to deliver every time.
they're also really into like Gwyneth Paltrow and some girl they followed home from a court with like Cameron Diaz and her family. That are nice, normal like people. Some of them are wealthy. They're sort of like a classy redneck contracting family. Classy enough redneck contracting family. But they have other little children, and he like sexually abuses every child around him. Babies and one size of PB gaskets. Like, What is going on with the crazy man? Heavy being from been to catch a predator is unbelievable. One of just kind of one. He must be in a completely altered state. Is it like if you talk to the thing, the fact that it talks back is like a guy that looked like the Beast in Zebulon, North Carolina. Um, was um, was like the Beast's ancestor or something, and he grabbed a little girl from a strip mall and pulled her into like a closet. It was kind of like a dressing room or something, and there was a camera. It was like one of the worst cases, and the cops are referencing it. And then somebody like, and then the guy, then that's what pleasuring him would be like for the child, because he was talking about, I walk in the door and I'm like, from getting groceries, really. This just comes from like, uh, I think there's one in the light bulb in here. In their story, there was one in the light bulb. Probably up there, they're taller than me. Or I'm not sure. It's probably like it's in the ball. It's in the thing. Their story. It was like it's a long like sharp thing. It was like the earworm only it was in your lady parts from Wrath of Khan. Oh yeah. I mean that's unbelievable. That's why we probably caught enough sound samples if you can hear it's a good thing and all. Well, so it's a schizophrenic man talking to himself, and it's like surprise he like responds back, but he just always responds back and like Dungeon Master calls it. You know. So he knows better. But it's all not on this always so there and stuff to kids on the other ones. Dylan and the little blonde girl were. There are most little boys on it too. They said we have a special land for little boys. Apparently, if you're a child, it can make you put it better. Crap your pants. Oh, well, have incontinence issues because you're so small. I can't believe that thing would let them, but apparently there's something they can zap people with or whatever. A daring rescue inside of one of Texas' deepest caves is like what he describes as you're washed down a sluice or something. I swear to God, I'm not. I don't. How would he be doing? I don't know. Figure out what they're doing, and if they can actually, if they have children, they're interacting with children. Really, yeah, they're doing it to me. Well, like the computer wants to shut off in their story, but it can't because they shut down on like motherboard. They shut down alert, and it also its phone lights cut. So if you just turn some stuff off, then you can't aim it at about anything. I know what they're doing, and it makes you feel like you're gonna crap your pants. But if you look at it, actually makes you crap your pants because you're smaller. I just think like it might hit a dog. I don't know what that's gonna do. This dog's just gonna make it's just gonna make a dog bite. Sometimes they, no, I actually appreciate it because they should not even like the worst case scenario when not handled right. Through police arrest, might it's gonna make the dog bite you. Make a golden retriever bite you. I don't know if it hits parakeets. They're real squawky. They're too small. There's no reason to let it bite. I'm not playing around. I'm not gonna try around. It's just they're always interacting with like children in this story. Really, I'm looking ladybirds. And I was like, the first week I was here. Ew, really. Yeah. Well, I'm not responsible for what the heavy breathing phone call person is doing. It's just that bad. You need to go get them. It's a guy that's enabled speakerphone on like devices. And yeah, there's a microphone in the wall. It's a walkie-talkie. That's what pops out of it. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm like, cool. And the little girl died because she was conscious because she was really small, and then he just stuffed her in the like in a closet, back in the warehouse part of the department store or something in a strip mall back in the like 70s. And it looks like the Beast, and the police referenced that story that's the same story as like, then they referenced that we were like Nazis, so they sent us like, they sent us pictures of like, of a database that goes to a university database of how it reminds us of like the sex tours from the Reaperman King, or something. So now he wants to talk about. So then there's like all this Ed Gein quilting with like the History Channel, because now he can get on because they're in Arkansas, so they're sitting around doing a like, yeah, I'm not sure, weird homeschooling at the schizophrenic compound references or something. Really, like, so now I'm watching because they have a password. They have a password like breaker where they can get past passwords. If they think it's interesting, they can get on a German like, uh, like the university database and watch stuff in relation to the. Please get that out of there. That thing looks like, because I said that they have like weird diseases. Like it's like schizophrenia, but it's like they got whatever Huntington's chorea is. They might have worked in like farm work, like encephalitis. That's the woman who's eliminate the dogs. Like her husband died of like wet brain and encephalitis. He was already dead. They got a divorce. I think so. Oh. She was perfectly normal. I'm bothered. Just get it and try it on yourself, and see if they are like. Sure, they're neighborhood pornography in children, but see, and they are able to touch the children. Really badly, though. But in their story, they punched a little boy with it, so now they grabbed his pants. Dinner time, and his parents all called the cops, and Tonieto ran him off like, he did me. All the cops that run you off, like it, just to call Tonieto now. Website. That's not nice. Well, I didn't say that. That's his name for it. But he was being racist against Italians. Obviously, that's the best race. He talks on about whatever you're watching on the television. Really, yeah, because you can watch the internet, so you're sure for sure. It's like, and those Italians, hey, uses the N word. So we got Guidos and like all this stuff. And that Venice looks lovely. No, it looks like it's brown or schizophrenic trailer man. Most of them make much of anything. One of them was like the one in Raleigh that is probably a real person. Oh, that brought this sort of behavior down actually in 2008. It said who's had quite a run in our community. There are guys that keep people from. Maybe they just don't know where it is. Really, yeah, and they need to catch it. You just need to catch who these men are and where they are. This is like quite the story, although they do seem to pick up accomplices or make them, and people are really willing to offend. I think it's probably just spending in Carroll County. It got worse when there was. They could always bug your house, but it got worse than when there was like. It's strange, but just go check when long distance cell phone didn't really apply anymore. It's just kind of long distance didn't apply on the cell phone. Just go catch it. I'm right. I know. I'm there for it. But I mean, it's a lot of weird. Just well, it is over there. It's just a guy. It sounds like I said a schizophrenic guy. I mean, it's just a fact. If you listen, I'm really telling the truth. This one, not here. As long as the inaudible noise checks out, and, it's in multiple devices in our house. She thinks, really, yeah, or they're enabling multiple devices in the house to talk on it, that kind of thing. Also, there's actually a wire in a couple places, and she believes it's actually like a police wire. It is bad for them that the one in Vegas is so totally like just a two-way walkie-talkie. I'm sure they got it off the nicest guys, really is, which worries me, and that is actually what's going on. Really, I cannot imagine how. Well, I just can't imagine. Maybe drove here. I don't know. I took a vacation. Maybe. No, could be. Just don't know. But this one's got like a big time walkie-talkie. Right? I mean, it's just, I like an audible noise. You know. A big filthy man. He's like that one's like just tall, really tall, kind of tall and big, and has kind of puffy hair. He's real dirty. It sounds like a crap. Like schizophrenic people downtown. He works somewhere though. Really. Yeah. But there's one lives downtown like a. He's apparently a construction worker's son that lives in a house downtown in the hood. Where I don't know where this guy being put. I don't know the story. Because I asked and this is what it's back. It's just speakerphone. Oh, and they have it turned on. Which they don't want. It's our torture because we are the okay, the ghost. They're like, so we never turn it off. Like the wet bandits with the like flooding the houses and everything else. But I mean, they never turn the like stalking off. But like, you need to turn the inaudible noise off. I mean, like whoever was a monster with it, I don't know if you're supposed to use it like that or whatever. That's good advice. Yeah, but geez, I just don't think you're supposed to scream into it all the time. I mean, it's like a heavy breathing phone call like thing. Something weird. That's for the DJ. Inaudible ones. Well, it's not inaudible then. It's a,
Oh, all in. They know your situation from self-reporting to W-2s. Pay only $150 to get your taxes done by a local expert. Turn on a major setback and switch the names and you up with the love that you ever home. Now matching the DNA database as the sheriff used to us. The new names go out from school. Possible clues in the videos was the suspect wearing a wig under that glove. Was the hope that DNA found inside the house, according to the suspect. And the sheriff tells us that other 10 companies reports self-report have reached out to help. Names in schools bathrooms last 5 and 6 triggers deadly protocol pop-up. The desperate search for seniors trapped in an avalanche. Losing conditions that the driver was spinning out. There was no tech next. A totally swift disaster. Millions of gallons of waste spewing into the river. Now looking for spills in US history. How long will it take to clean up? The founders of the hotel company, they closed house stories. By asking for those best surveillance images. Now critical enemies can know who is and how they were most tracked down through the database. Plus it was closed up. Now labeled the company super black. They snatched a child from the phone, verified its abduction. What happened next? TWSA's biggest game notice of slave angels. Sent to the eyes. Did they live up to the hype? Remember Jesse Jackson, the civil rights icon, who we were victims and L.A. Jr. launched 2 UN presidential ones, and now President Obama went to the White House to trip his warning. Plus a man with a loaded shotgun at home. And pushing the U.S. Capitol, I fully stopped it. House door. The sheriff tells us that he didn't belong to the suspect, and that the analysis of it is very much ongoing. A process that has been engaged at his historic previous database. Focus genealogy sites that age is still very much hot. One of the little holes that I prefer that they love, 2 miles from the home did not have any matches. to potentially finance pacemakers from the skies. They're also working with Google to scrape through layers of data to try to retrieve more surveillance footage from that height. And checking open those stores to identify the threat and see those videos in its unique holster. Also, they're working closely with Walmart to track down the backpack sold there. And the suspect's clothes, which may have also been purchased at Walmart. And today, the new possible lead gained a major traction online was the suspect wearing a wig under his lip. Take a close look at this image. You can see sort of a sharp move right here when the light catches him. Could be a ring, and how the investigators to the van. Our team of crime scene experts are standing by to help break down what this means when we return to Tucson and that illuminating conversation was close out this year.
Tonight, new challenges in the search for Nancy Guthrie. The DNA on the glove found 2 miles from her home did not match any DNA in the national database. Nor did it match the DNA taken from her property. But the Beaver County Sheriff tells us that DNA from the home could be the suspects. Among them, talking Walmart, the suspect's backpack is from analyzing the surveillance video. Tonight, the sheriff acknowledging a potential new detail. Here, you can see some kind of ring being shown to the suspect's glove. Have you noticed that the suspect probably not looks like a classical?
I see it, I see it. So,
Yeah. Something else to look into, the suspect's gun holster. Yano says investigators are also using an array of high-tech technology in the search, including a tool called a signal sniffer to try to track a signal from Nancy's pacemaker. He says Google is also still trying to recover more surveillance footage from Nancy's Nest cameras, which he describes as a challenging process, given the videos were recorded over. While on the ground, 400 investigators still working the case in 17 days to the search.
okay, this was what's trying to do. So, is it what Google's offering their help in this case? Other private companies success as well.
Yeah, the sheriff says they are receiving a number of calls from various companies, including, he says, from Mark Zuckerberg himself. He also says Apple has reached out to them. This is just yesterday. He received a call from a company that's now going to help them prioritize and organize all of the thousands of tips that are reported. And he says they're already doing that. But they don't know. Remember, Tom Cruise, so many tips, 30,000 and 40,000 tips just for the sheriff's department, not including beyond citizens who are missing. Tom.
Okay, listen, thank you for that. I want to bring our law enforcement experts tonight. Very Capitol Pool and higher FBI profiler and CC Ward to investigate deeply all of this. We thank you both for being here. Since I was certainly viewed on this DNA found at the scene that may belong to the suspect. We've known about this DNA since Friday, so some might say that we could be imagined. We know about it by now. Why is that not the case? Why is the police are doing this DNA right now?
Well, it's very compelling that they confirmed they did find and identify person's DNA in their home. To me, that's bigger than the reason that they may not have been able to find a match yet in that could be that they're dealing with a mixture, perhaps. When you deal with mixed DNA, perhaps between Nancy's and the unknown suspects, it can be more we wonder, but we know there was some kind of altercation where Nancy was injured. And so it's possible that they do have some mixed DNA from that, perhaps mixed blood she brought back. Then she could have also injured the suspect, and their DNA could be a mixture. There's all different kinds it could be as well. There's transfer DNA, or what's referred to as touch DNA. They could have both touched the same thing, saliva. When he was disabling the camera and was leaning forward, it looks like he had a flashlight in his mouth. So possibly there is some saliva that could have landed on the ground in that area and was collected. So we really won't know until we get more information, but I feel very confident that they will be able to identify this person, whether it's through law enforcement databases or through investigative genetic genealogy.
There's a lot of conversation online about the alleged rape the suspect made with wearing the police glove and the list the sheriff talked about it. Do you think these theories have merit and talk about what you're seeing in that video?
Well, yes, I do think that it has merit. Any identifying piece of jewelry or clothing that we put out there can cause somebody to look at it and say, I'm not really sure that that's my neighbor or that's my brother, but I know that he wears the ring. So I think anything like that would be helpful, as long as it's put in the context in which it has been. So I think that's a very good thing. But I think that if we look, again, watching how this person walks, watching how this person carries himself, and I think watching to see the comfort level that he seems to have in a holster in a place where most people would never wear it, suggests to me that that's not the first time that he's worn it in that location, even though most of us will look at that and think that is odd. So I think going to gun stores and showing that to people to get their thoughts on who do you know that wears a gun like this, because it is so unusual. And again, I doubt that's the first time he's worn it like that.
Yeah. But what about the gloves? Obviously, it's like the gloves that you think a lot of the police wearing how many gloves so far. What do you think about that? How big of a setback is that?
I don't consider that a setback. I think that's something that they have to do. And yes, if the gloves are commonly sold and purchased at Walmart, the chances were good that they did not do that. But I think when they do additional testing, they don't know what will happen. But I think looking at the clothing, the outfit, he was wearing an outfit, and he may have purchased all those pieces together in a Walmart store, not thinking that investigators were going to zero in on that so quickly. And so with Walmart's cooperation and all the cameras that they have in the stores, they can identify someone from several of those items, and most of them that will be a huge forward investigation.
Yeah, it's one of those, we don't have any case files yet, the idea is it belongs to the company.
Well, unfortunately, even though there are over 15 million people who are taking their consumer DNA tests, law enforcement are the three largest databases. So we're limited to the two smallest databases for free. When you work with the rest is including profiles. That doesn't mean you can't resolve them, because we have that. So that's not an identifiable DNA. You can analyze and learn to see a different type of DNA profile or potential profile. I imagine they have already been working on that in parallel with creating the additional law enforcement profile to use for coding. That's one of the reasons it was actually very smart to go to this private lab, because they have capability to go forward with those, so they can start that investigative genetic genealogy process as soon as they don't get that DNA coded match. Now, I don't know if it will go ahead and try to identify the owner of that glove, if it didn't end up matching the person whose DNA was in the home. But they can start that right away.
We have all these technology watching about who working on this, the FBI, and yet we still don't have a great suspect discriminated. We don't know what they did, we don't know what they did, it's all that.
With only 500,000 units every month, you have one today. Better put a key ring on it. Roast Bagels, the $8 breakfast and brew. Build your own egg sandwich on a fresh baked bagel and pair it with a large hot or iced coffee. The $8 breakfast and brew. What fresh you love.
It's about time your renter's insurance let you file a claim with a tap. With Lemonade, you can also customize your coverage with every stuff you love. And prices start as low as $5 a month. It's about time insurance like that. Get a quote at lemonade.com/renters.
Well, I think the message that comes through from Rudy is that, even though this person did have some odd behavior on the board, he played this ahead of time, when he was prepared, he had any kind of day when he would not be, identified because of his face, he took steps that he could get a latent spot, and he did it successfully. So I think that goes to his personality, and it goes to the idea that he had this ahead of time with no protection, he didn't evaluate seemingly, as anything that existed, but all his environments, all his that's why this case is going to be resolved. Well, this person is not necessarily out of the open, but I don't think that that's completely review of I also think this person monitoring this and monitoring the news reports out of this to see just how close law enforcement is coming to them. There's a very good spot in that he's not away with it because he's spotting the news. That's not the case at all.
CC very honestly, but look at the thing. There are other ways we have no part of all this Catholic, we say a man, we were really shocked, we're attacking the rest of course, the Catholic field. Trying to what's possible, but they are Mark sounds crazy. I think we stop what we know about it. What we're told by Catholic police that this 18-year-old man left a vehicle that was parked behind the Capitol and tried to rush into the Capitol with a loaded shotgun. Immediately, Capitol police officers wanted him, and he surrendered and laid down and put the gun off to the side. Now, he was wearing a tactical area, a tactical vest on, where they searched his car, they found personal belongings, ammunition, and more helmet, and a gas mask. So they looked at everything, the
I need this man in custody already, for the love of God. Hey.
For nearly 6 decades, Jesse Jackson lived on the front lines of the civil rights movement. Her legacy is fun and on with that booming voice. And when president, Secret Service program was fun. Without this ministry was born in Greenville, South Carolina, as a young man who closely with Dr. Martin Luther Jr. Jackson's mother, which just 3 years later, when an assassin shot before home.
They also use the like solid waste dissolver or something. They use body dissolver. They stick it in like Jeffrey Dahmer vets alive and disfigure people and this other stuff and children, pets. Have a crab pit and like a lamprey pit that chews people up. What the heck's a lamprey is what I said. I looked it up. It's like a hagfish or a placodes. Like I know. It's a lamprey eel. They're in Canada in the Northeast. They talk about lampreys a lot. Somebody said they lived in Ohio. It's a weird like parasite. There's like a hagfish. But lampreys are like a main like character. Which is weird. They use them on their tech. Their like leech tech is named lampreys because they're kind of like a leech. And they made friends with their trucking company in Canada. So there's like big eels and lampreys that block stuff. There's like weird tech creatures that like are being used to block the American computer that would normally communicate. It's like locked down under their stuff, which they took over with it. But so like I'm not sure, but like if you're sitting on like a there's no such thing as this, but you're sitting on a mat. This one's like Hogwarts. Hogwarts bars. Yeah. And you shout lampreys at your computer, and these like a weird avatar thing pops up. You're sitting on highway patrol, and there's like a leech tech. There's also a Sammy that's like a green. It shows up as green, and it's just hood, and they've been a hood, and that's also like a worm program. That gets you past passwords and stuff like that. It's got some weird like looks like a Russian hacker tech. Has a weird like Space Invader spider that looks like a Sicilian Triskelion. It's like a mob accountant spider or something. But the green is like always with them. They say the like sexual assault thing is called like man and woman or something, but it's like blue and pink, like something you like the bathroom signs or something. But it's icky. Like if you pass over the app, you can tell somebody was a psycho. But as far as I can tell, he's just telling noise. That's what he's gonna do with it. Oh, okay. Shout Lamprey, like if you're sitting in highway patrol or something and like there's something sketchy, shout Lampreys at like your dispatch computer. People call him a beastie anyway all the time, like the original guy, like a beast. And so there's beasts that pop up all of a sudden on a map, and that's their stuff. Because somebody skitsed out and made like an avatar program on their tablet, because it kind of has, because they have sort of military stuff and like on the police tech. Um, look for the Space Invaders bug looking thing on the Sammy, on the green. It also has stuff that like doesn't quite look American, and so they're using leech tech on American law enforcement. Yeah, and they've hooked up stuff. It's like they've hooked up stuff that's hooked up together, and with that they've taken down like, so there's like terrorists and criminals on the law enforcement public works, like what do you call it, air traffic control computers. Yeah. And it might just be something they got from the EMT app file or something weird and hooked up to the like whatever. I don't think you can hook up the defibrillator or something up to like but maybe they figured out TENS therapy they could. Like, oh. Push out lampreys at the computer and see. And something just go in. It looks like the Isle of Man. Really, yeah. This is not legs. It's a spider with legs that have feet. I don't know what that is. You can see that on a dispatch computer. It's probably a space invader. I think it looks like a space invader. I'm not really touching like your schizophrenic security generator. Because he talks about that. So there's a picture he thinks is something. Yeah. Do you have a picture that looks like a Space Invaders bug that pops up on police computers that has something to do with a tech program you use? One of their apps like that.
Try Nature Made Zero Sugar Gummies. The gummies you love, now it's zero sugar.
The green guy is pretty like important. So is the lamprey. Yeah. They have something to hook up that they're not supposed to hook up. And that's the one with the like Space Invaders bug, if they're there, then. Because they all use it or something. And then the like sexual assault device like is actually a special thing. That's why it's like it appeared in Vegas, which they hook up to law enforcement stuff ability. I think they hook up to other stuff. So, however, the Empire Police Grounder zaps you. Yeah, you can actually touch people on the cell phone tower. But as far as I could tell, that's all they found a TENS therapy app. But I mean, it's not working out on the In Progress Police Grounder, but they're like, there was something going on as to whatever happened with the lamp when I tried to scratch. Had it wrong in its old. So that's good. My fault. Yeah, he has all these stories about his like sex offender app, but I mean, it just kind of seems like he's got like, something that vibrates and says that things can actually touch you on your cell phone. So, that's really scary. It's a very, as the rest, it's a very, very scary story about how it was like, okay, so it's created by like John and Gacy's. Okay, so like Nazis want to rape and murder you and stuff. It was an absolute evil pervert and all this other stuff. But it might, these guys might have just done it. It appears just to be a intense therapy, you guys. Who touches the cell phone? Like if the one thing can touch you off the cell phone tower, then the other thing definitely can. 'Cause again, it's really not working out with the Empire Police Department, but I don't know how much they'd be able to use that against children. I have no idea what's going on, but that's just what is coming out of. That's just what's going on. Well, anything else to be said?
competitors, of course, has been a significant source of evidence that makes it what it is. This footage we've shown many times on air showing a massive figure in front of 84-year-old's door in Google's nest for hands. No country did not have a nest subscription. FBI Director Catherine Patel saying the video was recorded through social media in that existence. These retrieval was raising questions on privacy and working on concerns about smart doorbells being used in about 20% of American homes. Jordan now is Jamie Signal, who's the founder and chief executive of Amazon's big McDonald's doorbell technology in the U.S. Jamie, so that in the U.S. it's almost you take a look at how many every home has it. I don't think it is it's a necessity. It's not the same technology. And you are also wondering how is it able to screw up that thing on the it's sort of play. It isn't well, it's kind of like an outside it has been in the days we've seen that in other places across the country around the world since the technology of invented. But those are the systems that I mentioned today and the systems that we don't have that digital storage and so you can whether you don't just store it at all, you have to store it, you get your video and it's a video file and you can get it. So it's subscription, you can go about Amazon, Apple's image, those are where you can subscription just data self-storage. It's in sort of where you use it. What can you say about this? How do you invent it? When you invent the technology, right? Why is it not in fathers? It's sort of
Del Taco's crispy jumbo shrimp taco. Get two for just $6. Only at Del Taco. Chevy trucks are still good. Chevy people can drive. They don't need permission to get them. They all have that little extra. So, maybe you have to. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. You're entertaining us. Who you hire to represent you matters. Where they live matters. We work right here. We live right here. We know about it. We know the courts. We know how to win. Who you hire matters.
Most of the dogs go to the rehabs in town for parents looking for a match. And search party for movies is AI. It's fine, lost cars. It's fine. All right, which is the way came up with now. We're sold for 1.15 million to I'm sure it's small. I can talk to our kids and say, we're very short. It's a great show. That's got so many families and people actually getting entrepreneurial activities and to inspire them. Yes, things that we're not going to change. You realize there's no change like in the United States with that issues here. It's funny. It wasn't until like a few years ago that I got in as well. I was trying to realize just like how powerful this has been. If you're building a business, it's hard to kind of see outside that. Everyone's focused on the problems of the experience. And it goes like there's a few stories in different places where just like the impact of this that I realized like that we've a lot of this we changed a lot in our little space. Jamie said, "Oh, we think the top story is very hard questions and things that are big for my house." Appreciate it. If we come back, we'll look at all the action in the three games in the month. Team USA's leading for taking the guys from Louis Figures game plus really out and all the other guys discipline finish and finally sitting with the game for the pressure on this game. Go back to updating the action in the non-14 winter Olympic Games. Team USA maintains third place spot in the medal count behind Norway and those countries. The latest American medals coming from the men's speed skaters who snagged silver today in the team competition. And this past year, the silver medal in the big air final. For more today's national Olympic Stephanie Ross has been traveled out with Panama, sending us top millions of figure skating, the so-called Blake Angels. Taking the ice today for part one of two individual competition. He was not the state and was only for Team Japan. Very strong.
Do you think that there are things that you have to learn that you're not going to take with you?
Absolutely. There's so much I've learned throughout the civil experience that it's just, I'm so grateful to be here, first of all. I think that it's, everyone has been there for me, for my team. I always say that everything happens for a reason. God puts it there the way He wants to put it. So I'm always taking that for granted, that just knowing that, there's always something that has to go.
You look at this real as also because the next one is 4 years away. Can you allow yourself at this point to think about the next one?
I think I would never do nothing like necessarily because we think about no matter what person I was here, I would still want to feel like it's just I simply enjoy figure skating. I have a passion for it. I want to do what I'm doing at and no matter what it's all, I know it's going to and do better than what I'm doing. It's good.
After the exhibition plan, it's very cool.
Yes, I will be going back home there to train and take it all there.
I don't know why. No money. It is what it is. No.
The escalating crunch facing presidential mistakes over the coronavirus pandemic has nothing to do with the president or federal policy. The inside story is how the outbreak began in the United States. The recent Washington state found that first states is usually ready for correspondent Miles for those who detected it first. In the first 5 days, we knew that this was a much bigger
It was one of the most vibrant cities in America. Our economy was strong. I arrived in Seattle in mid-March, a city and state in the process of shutting down before that was the norm in the rest of the country. I've covered science.
But yeah, type in like Lamprey on your police computer. It'll just be crazy people in Arkansas, someone doing them trucking. That is a weird fish. Well, it's like a carnivorous type. Look at the hagfish. That's a sea cucumber. You know, but it's weird, it's a fish. The first tycho eel. Weird looking. It's not the weird looking stuff in the ocean. Not as a kid in Malaysia.
As much as I have in this week. And what lies ahead.
all, you know, so far, so I don't think it's for it.
This is the hospital that treated the first known case of COVID-19.
Everybody.
I met Dr. George Diaz, an expert in infectious diseases, who treated patient Juan, a 35-year-old local man who had flown into Seattle on January 15th.
He was having a cough. He had been having a cough. Symptoms of COVID, and he had been complaining of diarrhea.
And he's 35 years old and otherwise healthy.
Totally healthy person. He began to go over treatment.
He entered this walk-in clinic and described his symptoms and told them where he had been for about 6 weeks. Wuhan, China. That was a crucial detail. For weeks, Wuhan had been a center of a growing story. News trickled out about cases of strange
Oh.
Seattle, a city of medicine and technology, as well as ties to Asia. Officials told me they had been on alert.
It clearly got the attention of our public health folks, and they in turn
Continue, please.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Pettit.
As CEO Mark Zuckerberg takes the stand in a landmark trial on the addictive nature of social media. Other parents about the risk to kids.
These social media companies are designing them in a way that are taking our children, and they're operating a complete impunity.
The U.S. says it will further use its presence in Syria, fighting ISIS there in the last decade.
And the immigration crackdown in Twin Cities creates long-term uncertainties for the area's teachers and students.
I'm sure they'll overcome. I'm trying to just go on and try to the more it hits me, the more I get sad and scared.
major funding for the PBS News Network has been provided by
On an American Airlines journey along the legendary Mississippi River, travelers can explore seawater battlefields and historic riverside towns. Aboard our modern feeder American riverboats, travelers can experience local culture and cuisine. What is different than Houston and Mississippi that fly from Mississippi? American Cruise Line, proud sponsor of PBS News Network.
the Judy and Houston Global Foundation. Promote freedom by strengthening democracy and confidence. The Ford Foundation will take the visionaries on the front lines of social change worldwide. Friends of the News Hour, including Nell, Martha, and Mary, in honor of the life and legacy of their parents, Milton and Josephine Baskin, and Julie and Robin Collins, Milton County. Art Collins and Sophia Shaw, with the Arthur D. Collins Jr. Foundation, and George D. Handy III. And with the ongoing support of these institutions. This program was made possible by the contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Welcome to the News Hour. Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg took the stand in a Los Angeles federal court today to defend his company and its platform Instagram against allegations it was deliberately designed to be addictive to children and teens. The first time he's testified about child safety in front of a jury. The trial focuses on a now 20-year-old woman known by her initials, AGM, who says she became addicted to social media as a young girl and that depression, anxiety, and suicidal thoughts.
And an issue is whether tech companies, despite knowing it would cause psychological harm, intentionally design their social media platforms to hook young users with addictive features like infinite scroll, personally tailored algorithms, and push notifications. YouTube was also included in the lawsuit. TikTok and Snapchat chose to settle before the trial started. The outcome will have big implications for some 1,600 similar cases across the country and could lead to monetary damages or force major changes to the platforms themselves. For more, we're joined now by NPR tech correspondent Bobby Brown. Bobby, it's always good to see you. So what is the central legal question in this case, and what stands out about the strategy the plaintiffs are pursuing?
The central question is, are these tech companies legally culpable for hooking young people to social media apps? And what that essentially will mean is, will they have to pay billions of dollars in monetary damages? Will they have to make sweeping reforms to Instagram, to YouTube? And what did they know about the harms to young people? What did they do to conceal it to the public? And very importantly, Jeff, was this deliberate?
As often mentioned, the Meta CEO, Mark Zuckerberg, he testified on Bureau. What was the atmosphere in the courtroom? You were there, and what did he say?
Yes, so Zuckerberg took the witness stand, and you could tell he was getting kind of testy. He often responded by saying things like, I think you're mischaracterizing me, or that's not what I said at all, or I think you're taking this document out of context. Zuckerberg was trying vociferously to demonstrate that the lawyers in the case were basically trying to lawyer him, right? They're trying to catch him in a gotcha moment. But meanwhile, what the plaintiff's lawyers were really focused on was trying to really illustrate that Zuckerberg himself was interested in recruiting and retaining children as young as 11 years old to Facebook and to Instagram, and keeping them on the platform for as long as possible with all of these very sticky features like likes and push notifications and beauty filters was something that Zuckerberg himself worked.
Well, how challenging will it be for the plaintiffs to prove that these platforms were intentionally addictive?
It's going to be a really uphill battle because it's one thing that, social media apps have fueled people's feelings of depression, body dysmorphia, suicide ideation, all these other mental health issues, right? To sort of exacerbate that. It's another to cause it. And what experts say is, adolescent mental health issues have a lot of sort of very complex root causes. And this case is going to hinge on what degree the jury believes the companies themselves cause the mental distress that so many of these young people have experienced. And we have one person here who's now in her 20s who says she got addicted to TikTok and Instagram and YouTube very young, but there are 1,600 other plaintiffs who have consolidated into this giant legal case against these tech giants. So the verdict here from this jury is going to have a really, really far-reaching impact on all of these other cases that are awaiting the outcome.
In the 30 seconds we have left, Bobby, for decades, you other tech companies have relied on Section 230. It's this federal law that shields these platforms from liability for user-generated content. How does that play into all of this?
Exactly. So people say social media addiction is that kind of an old issue. We've been debating that for decades. The reason why we haven't had a big trial until now is because of Section 230, which is a sort of impenetrable fortress for Silicon Valley. Anybody trying to sue Meta or Google or TikTok, they invoke Section 230, the lawsuit goes away. What's novel here, Jeff, is the legal approach. They are attacking Meta and Google by saying this is a defective product, similar to how tobacco was a defective product in the 90s. There was a huge landmark lawsuit saying that they specifically targeted and misled young people to get addicted to their product. That is what is here in this case, that this is the big tobacco comparison, but in social media era.
Help me out. Thanks for sharing your reporting and expertise.
Thank you, Jeff.
All right, Holly Rogan has more on this now from the perspective of a parent.
Jeff Logan Rolack lost her son David back in 2016 when he died by suicide. She is not a plaintiff in this case, but she is the co-founder of Parents for Safe Online Spaces, a coalition of families who have lost children to online crimes and are bringing similar lawsuits. Maureen, thank you so much for joining us. First of all, we were seeking out mental health supports, and that's when he became the target of cyberbullying by classmates in his home. And it was the final miracle that he developed fire that exploded in our home, and David lost hope in his own life.
And now today, lawyers for the plaintiffs and social media cases are thinking about the ABCs, which stands for addicting the brains of children, intentionally doing so. Would you say that that has been your experience, that that is what happens to children? And do you draw a line between the use of social media and this death?
I absolutely do believe that when a major role is not the countless with making decisions like this, there is no way out of the situation. And in my particular situation, there was, he would get angry and aggressive when you try to get him to stop using his devices. He was sneaking around and using them when he wasn't supposed to. He was lying about being schoolwork, and then towards the end, he started stealing from us in order to purchase virtual assets to increase his player power through some of these gaming platforms. Even after David was medically cleared to go back to play basketball, he no longer had the desire to, and he preferred to sit behind a screen. And that's when we knew we were in a very serious situation with him. And the peers that I've been working with for the last 4 years or so have been crying out that the social media companies are designing them in a way that are seeking our children, and they're operating with complete impunity.
I'd like to read from you the statement from Meta today, the parent company, Facebook and Instagram. Quote, we strongly disagree with these allegations and are confident the evidence will show our longstanding commitment to supporting young people. For over a decade, we've listened to parents to make meaningful changes, like introducing TV accounts to filter protection and providing parents with tools to manage their kids' experience. How do you respond?
Oh, I forgot to buy those.
Not knowing what to do in order to protect their kids online. This is not a parent problem. So I think that what we're going to see is actual change is going to come out of this trial. And I feel like there's many more to come.
More you will let us parents safe online spaces. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Al.
Another major news story today, this one overseas. Today, a senior administration official told PBS NewsHour the U.S. will reduce the number of U.S. troops who've been fighting ISIS in Syria. The statement comes after a major shift in U.S. policy in the country, removing support from Kurdish forces who fight ISIS alongside American troops to support Syria's new president, Ahmed al-Shara. Meanwhile, next door in Iran, the country appears to be bracing for a U.S. strike. Shipper is following all of this. What's the U.S. saying about it?
I'll know that official, that senior administration official telling me tonight that, quote, the U.S. presence at scale is no longer required in Syria, given the Syrian government's willingness to take primary responsibility for combating the terrorist threat within its borders. But a military official tells me this is not a withdrawal of the 1,000 or so troops that have been stationed in Syria. Instead, it's what this official calls consolidation. The U.S. has already announced it will close 2 bases in Syria. The official tells me the final number and location of U.S. troops is dependent on how capable the Syrian government is to fight ISIS. For the last decade, those U.S. troops fought ISIS alongside the most encouraged Syrian defense forces who controlled most of the northeast, and together they liberated the area from ISIS. But as you said, the U.S. is now all in with Ahmed al-Shara, and recently central government forces overran Kurdish positions, and the U.S. withdrew support for the Kurds. And this past weekend, in a security conference, I got up with Abdi. He is the commander-in-chief of the Syrian Democratic Forces, and he warns that any U.S. withdrawal would threaten the political agreement that he made with the central government and the fight against ISIS.
And then I believe withdrawing American troops at this critical moment is not a good idea, as it will inevitably present inherent challenges, especially in the ongoing fight against terrorism. There will be severe negative consequences. I believe that the presence of the United States is very crucial for implementing existing agreements, achieving stability in Syria, and for the commitment of all parties to the agreements to continue. At the same time, for us to continue the fight against ISIS.
But tonight, a U.S. military official insists no decision made to go to zero Hama. The U.S. will continue part of the Syrian government against ISIS.
Major story you've been tracking now, the U.S. and Iranian officials met yesterday to continue negotiations over that country's nuclear program. What have you learned about how that negotiation went?
An Iranian official and a regional official both confirmed to me tonight that Iran has made this offer: a pause in domestic enrichment of uranium to produce nuclear fuel through the end of the first Trump administration, entering into some kind of regional consortium for enrichment in the future, and 3, exporting or diluting the highly enriched uranium that's one step away from weapons grade that the U.S. bombed last summer. Exchange Iran would ask for sanctions relief and open up to U.S. investment. Officials tell me the U.S. has made a counteroffer and continues to insist that Iran permanently give up any ability to enrich uranium domestically. And today we heard from White House spokesperson Caroline Levitt hinting at that ongoing progress.
There was a little bit of progress made, but we're still very far apart on some issues. I believe the Iranians are expected to come back to us with some more detail in the next couple of weeks. So the president will continue to talk about that.
Right today, this is the priorities field, but I'm not a U.S. support the president calls my model. The region including the U.S. support aircraft additional fighter jets, government officials, analysts, telling me the U.S. is capable of delivering a strong blow against Iran, but will find it difficult to defend itself and allies in the big one. Exactly what Secretary said in the last couple of days is very U.S. demands are larger than what Iran is willing to concede. Iran will simply not give up. Absolutely, that's right. With domestic enrichment, says former State Department official and current distinguished diplomatic fellow at the New Institute for Allen.
What they see is any capitulation of basic pressure will invite further compression. What they're doing now is they're getting ready to get in. You know, satellite imagery is showing this, open pressure reporting is showing this, shared intelligence is reporting this. While they're continuing negotiations with the U.S., they fully expect these negotiations not to result in a deal, and they're preparing themselves for massive U.S. military pressure.
And those preparations on include steps like deploying troops across the country, dispersing decision-making authority,
So today's other headlines, meanwhile, in Northern California, at least 8 people are lost in the data. And tonight, search and rescue teams are scouring the mountain.
when someone's buried in an avalanche, time is of the essence. You really need to get that person out of the snow and back under the snow surface as fast as possible.
Deeply agree with the director of the Colorado Avalanche Information Center.
Events like this one are quite unusual, where you have this many people involved in an accident. And it sounds like the avalanche conditions in this area were both quite dangerous and also fairly well described and predicted by the Sierra Avalanche Center.
A powerful winter storm is very parts of California with several feet of snow since Sunday, and gale force winds caused whiteout conditions that slowed rescue efforts.
Walking on stage track here,
Video posted by the tour company, Harvard Mountain Guides, over the weekend appeared to show that they were aware of the risk of avalanches. A snowstorm has been in the forecast for over a week. And there have been other harrowing avalanches overseas. This one struck a moving train yesterday near the Swiss town of Zermatt, and another avalanche likely to hit this train near the Swiss town of Bolkenstein, causing several injuries. But elsewhere across Europe, avalanches have taken dozens of lives this winter, including 10 in the Italian mountains just in the last week alone. Also today, the current head of the National Institutes of Health is adding a new role as acting head of the CDC. Dr. Jay Bhattacharya's appointment is just the latest in a series of shakeups across the nation's health agencies. He'll serve until President Trump is a permanent director, which requires Senate confirmation. The former Stanford professor was a vocal critic of COVID-era lockdowns. Public health experts say they'll face challenges running the agency simultaneously. They both say Colorado funding and staff and they're based in different cities. NIH in Bethesda, Maryland, and CDC in Atlanta, Georgia. Here's an update now from the Russia just last night. The Food and Drug Administration reversed its decision today to consider whether to include a new shot in Moderna that uses mRNA technology. This comes a week after the FDA rejected the company's initial application, saying its research design was flawed. Moderna is now seeking full approval for the vaccine's use in adults aged 50 to 64 and what's called accelerated approval for those 65 and older. The company says the FDA set an August deadline for approval. Moderna hopes to make the vaccine available later this year. Retail billionaire Les Wexner told lawmakers today he was, quote, duped by a world-class con man as he faced questions about his association with Jeffrey Epstein. The former Victoria's Secret boss appears in the Epstein files more than 1,000 times. The two met in the 1980s. Epstein later managed Wexner's
Could you please get this man into custody?
Ohio, Wexner denied wrongdoing and indeed has never been charged with any crimes related to Epstein. But Democrats on the House Oversight Committee say Wexner enabled Epstein's crimes.
there would be no Epstein Island, there would be no Epstein plane, there would
I
be
don't know where the guy is. Somewhere
women and girls.
where I think that, maybe somewhere in a bad neighborhood, like near a fence in a building.
Without the support of Les Wexner.
The Epstein fraud is also playing out overseas with prosecutors
You think that they'll stop your using to do this to me?
sex abuse crimes and financial wrongdoing. Epstein owned apartments there, and officials are calling for possible victims to come forward. More than a dozen climate and health groups are suing the Environmental Protection Agency over its axing of a rule that declared greenhouse gases a threat to public health. The lawsuit names the EPA and its administrator Lee Zeldin as defendants. Last week, the agency eliminated what's known as the endangerment finding, saying it hurts business. Findings from the legal basis for U.S. climate regulations since 2009. The head of one of the groups involved in the suit said the move is, quote, rooted in falsehood and called it, quote, a complete dereliction of the agency's mission to protect people's health. Ukrainian and Russian officials are describing the latest round of U.S.-led talks as difficult with no breakthrough reported today. The second day of negotiations in Geneva, Switzerland ended without any resolution on issues like Ukraine's role in NATO, the size of its army, and Russia's territorial demands. After speaking with his delegation, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky described the negotiations as not easy, but he said both sides agreed to further talks. The head of his team said today's negotiations were, in his words, intensive and substantive.
There's progress. One of the bills can be discussed on this stage.
infrastructure, and power lines. On Wall Street today, stocks ended higher thanks largely to gains in AI-generated video. Dow Jones Industrial Average added nearly 130 points on the day. The Nasdaq tacked on 175 points. The S&P 500 also closed in positive territory. And at the Winter Olympics today in Italy, Team USA locked in a few more medals in the morning and more spoilers ahead. Skiing star Michaela Schifrin snapped an 8-year Olympic medal drought by winning gold in the alpine slalom. The men's cross-country team added to its historic run with a silver in the two-man relay. And snowboarder Jake Cantor won bronze in slopestyle, defying doctors who told him he should never snowboard again after a traumatic brain injury 9 years ago. Looking now at the total medal count, the U.S. remains in third place with 24 medals, Norway and host country Italy. Also today, Oakland's dogs surprised and delighted spectators by joining the ski race and crossing the finish line. That 2-year-old mouse was overwhelmed this morning and optics. While he surely is a good boy, mouse is not that attention. Still to come, off the news hour, a massive sewage spill in the D.C. region's Potomac River becomes a political flashpoint. We'll look at 2 Texas primaries that could be bellwethers for the upcoming midterms. And actor Ethan Hawke discusses his Oscar-nominated performance in
Last week, White House reporters Tom Homan announced the end of the sweeping immigration crackdown in Minnesota. Despite some signs of a slowdown in enforcement, parts of the state continue to see a presence of federal agents. That's as beleaguered when cities and communities are grappling with what comes next. And this special correspondent from the San Francisco reports areas schools may face the longest road back to normal.
Many of the sights at Valley View Elementary are entirely familiar. Students shuffling single file through the halls, preparing their lessons in colorful classrooms, and folk faces at recess when the temperature climbs above freezing. But all around there are reminders of just how unusual the past several weeks have been. Being filled with the weird food. Parking lot, volunteers, students, parents able to venture out. And classrooms have seen up to 1/5 fewer students than normal. Jason Coolman is the principal of Valley View. 4 students were detained during Operation Metro Surge, and he says there's been a real constant presence of ICE in neighborhoods around the school.
The hardest thing is the helplessness. We can't stop. We can't stop. Or we have to prove it.
Valley View enjoyed a Hispanic school in the Minneapolis suburb of Columbia, and operated a virtual option in mid-January for families too scared to send their kids in person. 70 students are still living remotely.
Our kids are just sitting on some chairs and some assistant scarce that's anxious because they know what. That's what it is.
One of those empty chairs belongs to 5-year-old Lydia Diego Ramos. This story gained international attention last month when he and his father were detained by federal agents on their way home from school. The judge ordered their release, but Leo has returned to Valley View now. Despite his transaction slightly faced, Trump administration was pressing for their deportation.
It's not fair to others. Because when he was taken, his parents, his mom was very, very sad.
Security spokesperson News Hour quote, "These are regular usual proceedings. We'll see full due process." Despite the announcement that the immigration plan is ending, Coolman says there's built-in uncertainty for Minnesota schools.
That's the and scarcity. We're always looking at the future, always looking at that's a lot of so it's not worth it to take the detention centers and say that long they're not being just fast. That
Why is this still in my house? Where are the police? Where are the police? And why haven't they arrested these men? Schizophrenic monster out of people's houses now, okay? On this.
I'm worried about, kids playing soccer this summer, and they're back to going to the school that be a here at ISIS nearby. We were talking months, years before they'll be at a place where they can tell the difference between what is a real trauma trigger and what is actually I think Columbia Heights is in a public health crisis right now. It's this cycle that has started now of dependence and these
I need this monster not stalking my every movement. I need this not going on. I need me not being assaulted or anybody else with an in-progress police ground or all the way in Las Vegas. I need this not going on. I need these men in custody where they belong. They are random hoodlums. All of them. You can tell. And they could be anywhere a little sometimes. Anywhere. There are tons of everything out there. No, not touch my crotch with the thing and electrocute me. Can I lay down sleeping or do I have to sleep running away from this thing all night? I need these animals in custody now. That thing really just touched me. I need everybody not getting these men in custody. Right now, it is as in progress as possible. What happens if the fire department shows up in 15 minutes and gets the filthy son of a bitch? You are get him in custody, wherever that monster is, and the rest of his disgusting friends. How long ago did I tell you this was going on? This should have ended 15 minutes after I said that last time. 45 minutes is the longest. He's the boss. Mr. Child Rapist, schizophrenic thing. He's the boss. I need those animals in custody. No, not aim at my crotch. I said get that disgusting animal into custody. You do not let absolutely anybody run loose doing anything around here. However else it works that your people aren't. Get out of my house. Instead, he's just sexually assaulting as much as possible. No. More and as much as possible. Because he's the devil. Get this freak you employed somewhere into custody. Check. No, I don't do fair to that. No, I need a clean booter hole noise so I can rape women and kids on that thing. I need that filthy son of a bitch in prison for the rest of his life. All of them. I need to take the paint and that freak, whatever the heck he's doing there with her. That woman. Is that thing still anywhere? I need these men out of my house now. This is not going on. Do you realize this has been my entire life because of you? Because you did not arrest these people right away. Get out of my house and stop sexually assaulting me and assaulting me. I need everybody who ran with this with any sort of awareness in prison. But right now, I need these men in prison. Get him off of me. I need this monster in custody. The SWAT team is coming through Otis Tool, the Ghoul's door right now. With all that. I'm exhausted. I'm going to go lay down and go to sleep. Where is the SWAT team on this? Get him off my body with that thing. You know, I told him to get him out of here. I said, where is the SWAT team not arresting this man? You know, I wake up and it's over. That thing. Just book him and don't for everything he's done. Do you realize how much crime these men have committed? And are committing? With that thing, get it and try it on yourself, anybody around. Get the filthy thing off of me and anybody else that's got it and out of my house. And delete the links to my house is I think all you have to do. I am so incredibly exhausted. Get these men into custody now. And that makes it a little. They're gonna make it. Get him out of here! I can't have him using an impoverished police grounder to rape and murder people. He's just using any app. Where is Las Vegas? My phone line is cut. Why haven't they been to my door and given me a number to call? No, you're mentally ill, you disgusting, lowest criminal son of a bitch to ever crawl out of a sewer. Like it. We don't want them doing that there. I need this filthy animal in custody. I needed this filthy animal. I cannot believe you let these men do this to me. They would shout at me when I'm an incredibly important man. I need this trash and this over finally. Is it ever going to end? No, I'm just going to be stalked forever by this monster. Do you know how much crime this man has committed against me? These men. See this shit. Can you hear them? Why aren't the police to the door already with whatever they were saying about children yesterday while I was recording? Every single person on that email list, old and new, has a copy. I checked. Where are the police? Why is this allowed to go on? Please get these men away from me. My evidence is falsified. That's it. Don't ask if I did anything else, but that I didn't do any of this. And I didn't do anything else. Somebody already went and checked and they just stuffed it. Oh, this one's still. There's nothing not to believe. The evidence is falsified.
interrogating a factory close to Putin, ready to tell you all his secrets.
Get these men off of me. Instead, they're just going into full like rape assault. And would you get them into custody now? I need a Neto and Detective Pate out of uniform with all that.
I would love to be able to have an opportunity to review that file. Do the Russians have something on him that the Russians could use as a way to blackmail him or undermine his support in the United States? At the beginning of 2024, Ukraine was struggling to resist the Russian army. On the campaign trail, Donald Trump was threatened to put an end to military aid for Ukraine and to stop supporting NATO allies if he's reelected. That's right, that's what it means. I will not protect you. The question is, why is he saying this? Who is suggesting these things to him? And these are the sorts of questions that the intelligence community was asking and I'm sure continues to ask. Mr. President, what is it that he wanted to share or say to Vladimir Putin that he didn't want anybody on the other side to hear? The answer to this question would be an attempt to shed light on the labyrinthian operation of espionage and manipulation. It started 40 years ago and was put in place by the Soviets in the final years of the Cold War. At the time, Donald Trump was just a simple real estate developer, and Vladimir Putin was just a young KGB agent. There's still some gray areas in this operation, but some people know a few pieces of the puzzle. Was in charge of the KGB intelligence operations around the world. Several hundred under my order. Putin was one of my subordinates. Was the one trying to control every KGB? We did know something about him. If you think it's what it's like to be a fish, you know. The name that I'm counting now is Jack Barsky. That's the sort of American Jewish kind of name, but I wouldn't more than Jack Barsky. They acquired a bona fide birth certificate of Jack Barsky, who had passed away at the age of 11. When I was 26, I was offered a job by the KGB as an illegal undercover agent, eventually going to the United States.
Can you get the thing sexually assaulting me into custody now?
This
and his buddies.
Get him in custody now, you disgusting animals! Gary Lowe!
In the mid-1980s, he was one of the main leaders of the KGB at a time when his country was faced with a huge challenge. At that time, the KGB main target was the United States. That was really a stronger intention. It was the height of the Cold War. The U.S. was rearming, supporting Afghan rebels fighting the Red Army, deploying missiles in Europe, and launching the Star Wars program. This was all driven by Republican Ronald Reagan, the most anti-communist of all American presidents. There was nothing good about Reagan. This is a guy who was uncontrollable, reckless, and he was a right-wing extremist. So that was a sort of plan to destroy the Soviet Union. But there were some weaknesses or directions which they took advantage of. Absolutely. The window that was primarily the Soviet style of operations. I will talk about specifically US, but in the United States we had more than 100 people in my time. I came to the United States and was planning to become fully established in the US. First I went to college. Then I started as a computer programmer. I had to really very carefully inject myself into American society so as to not show the ignorance that I had. Jack Barson's mission was aligned with the KGB's new doctrine that broke with previous methods. Stop working the old way. Make a huge effort to recruit Americans. Don't just work with people with left-wing ideology and sympathies. To this end, Jack Barson infiltrated conservative think tanks close to the Reagan administration, where his mission was to get close to future leaders. In 1987, he married a woman who had no idea it was Troy, and he started a family. He was assigned a mission. The KGB wasn't only interested in the political sphere, but also the business world, traditionally close to the center of American power. Then there was a plan B, start a company, and the plan was to funnel money into that company with like $10 million. And the KGB knew how to do that.
money talks. I would have to learn how to play the game of golf. I was going to join the country club, you know, and people at high levels are typically attracted to if you're have a high standing in society. That's a long game, you know, very long game. Possible.
The number one underrepresented age down and fast over time.
I think taxes are something that makes all of us panic, whether or not you want to admit it. You can also pass my taxes to a TurboTax expert, meaning that I have to only collect documents, give it away, and then they will let me know when it's ready to go. That is 1 minute of me thinking about it, and that do everything else in my life. Now taxes is filing without breaking a sweat.
As a couple, we love chicken. And my mom loves to do that and it's Australian too. And with Fragrance.com, they have over 17,000 options. A designer scents all up to 80% off. So we never go to find scents that make us both feel good and smell good.
We want to smell both our own face and somewhere possible, and with Jimmy Choo
And Jimmy Choo, man.
we're able to do just that. This fragrance is a perfect blend of sweet, warm, and bold. It gets a little bit sweetness at first, and then goes into something elegant and smooth, just like me.
And my fragrance is also either smooth, bold, and warm. And truly brings out the confidence in you when you wear it.
And when you're partner and compliment each other, you match your fragrances at prices you're both about. It's not really good for yourself.
What we see businessman like Donald Trump interesting for the case?
Oh, absolutely. Actually, what I want business people were very important because they had access to technology often and also to business relations related to financial institutions.
To identify suitable profiles, the KGB finance agents standard questionnaire. Are arrogance, selfishness, ambition, and vanity among the subject's character traits?
This is the man, Donald Trump, the flamboyant New York real estate developer.
At the age of 39, Donald Trump has become one of America's best-known builders, presiding over a real estate empire worth more than $1 billion.
Nothing escapes Soviet intelligence.
Reports in the Wall Street Journal said Donald Trump's empire was shaking. The Trump Organization confirmed today that it is in meetings with bankers in an attempt to reorganize the vast debt. One of the issues was on the part of Trump's new casino in Paris.
Kenneth McCallion, a specialist in the anti-mafia fight, investigated a businessman at the time. They had taken enough losses with his casinos in Atlantic City and other failed companies. So he was in desperate need of a different finance source. And this was around the time that Russian oligarchs were looking to diversify their money given the instability of the country. And you had Donald Trump needing that cash. Over the next few years, around a third of the apartments were sold to individuals with links to Russian organized crime, in particular, the godfather of godfathers, the dreaded Semyon Mikhailovich.
was operating at the edge of the law. I think he may have been vulnerable. You know, we know something. If I'm sitting in Moscow and I'm looking to get one of those influential businessmen from my side, Trump was no one. And he also was a womanizer. Yeah, big target on his chest.
In 1987, Soviet authorities approached Donald Trump for the first time. He is the daughter of the Soviet ambassador to the U.S.
She goes after Trump. Personally, I don't think she had KGB agent status. That is, the operational needs of the KGB. But I think the KGB were quite simply opportunistic.
Dear Mr. Trump, I have some good news from Moscow. The Soviet Agency for Tourism, Interest, has expressed interest in pursuing a joint venture to construct a hotel. The Interest Agency, responsible for welcoming foreigners, was controlled by the KGB.
Now, the golden rule was to find something that could connect them to the person in a positive way. Il avait approché Trump and the project to build a high-rise tower in Moscow. So they facilitated the purchase of land for the tower. And this is how they brought people together. Now, however, when he was in Moscow, he was a bit reckless. Because he went out with a few prostitutes and indulged in sexual pleasures. And of course, KGB cameras and microphones were everywhere.
Did you think it could have been compromised?
Local maps, I don't the details, but speaking from my own experience, all foreigners, particularly from the United States and NATO countries, would be under control, or they try to be controlled as much as they could.
Well, the tools are involved is one thing. These are, they can be used 10, 15, maybe 20 years later. And even when the person in question became important, this is the issue.
Merely USSR and while discussions on the power block in Moscow are still ongoing. The developer, who had never been involved in foreign politics before, made a surprise declaration.
Developer Donald Trump's an active interest in politics. The question arose that the Trump residents will pay debt. The New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Boston Globe at a cost of nearly $100,000. It said America should stop paying to defend countries that can afford to defend themselves.
In his attack, Trump targeted the heart of U.S. defense and the bane of the Soviets, NATO.
We look at the payments that we're making to NATO, it's totally disproportionate with everybody else's, and it's ridiculous.
Was the trust control by the KGB? No, but we did know something about it. But you know, the world is something in China don't talk about that. Because you see, it's the heroes. Yeah, well, no, I don't there are some things which I didn't know about this. I know we were talking about it.
Donald Trump says he could negotiate a nuclear disarmament treaty with the Soviet Union.
No way, friend. They lost the
Some people laugh and say his particular brand of bravado and hype could work only in a place like New York.
Trump never got to build his high rise in Moscow. And 4 years later, the Soviet Union collapsed. For the Americans, it seemed that the Cold War was over. Numerous KGB spies were arrested. Jack Barton was unmasked. I could, make friends at high levels. I thank God today that this failed. But I would
Really? Yeah, it's so goddamn creepy. I said, get this, well, they're all doing what they do, so they're all the same as them. Why is this still going on? Get him off of me. Get this animal, all of them, into custody. I'm so tired.
In 1998, a former minor agent was made head of a brand new intelligence service. Those who were hardliners, like General Kalukin, were sidelined.
I was chosen to become the chief of the Russian intelligence service, but there was some resistance. The man took over and put in my boss appointment as co-contract, and ever since they don't choose to ask for political asylum in the West. Like he humiliates Putin.
2 years later, in 2000, Putin entered the Kremlin. 15 years later, Putin was plotting to conquer the whole of Ukraine and thus reconstitute part of the Soviet Empire. The Obama administration had imposed heavy sanctions on Russia since Putin's annexing Crimea in 2014. So, the former KGB agent had no choice but to weaken American support for Ukraine. In the U.S., tension turned to the start of a presidential campaign and a surprise candidate. The real estate developer, with no political experience, was supported by the conservative populist right.
People are tired. They're just tired of incompetent leadership. I think what people want today
Donald Trump had not yet made any statement about his foreign policy program.
is better than most politicians, let's face it. This way.
I'm visiting from Russia, so my question,
President Obama.
my question, if you will be elected as a president, what will be your foreign policy, especially in the relationships with my country?
One of the worst things that can happen to our country is if Russia ever gets driven to China. I believe I will get along very nicely with you. Okay?
But Trump was still a long way from power. 7 months in for the elections, he was behind his Democratic opponent, polls.
Exhausted.
Hillary Clinton was a fierce supporter of Ukraine and a thorn in the side of the Kremlin.
Why isn't it in custody already? You can hear the damn thing. I know you can.
Just as Donald Trump entered the campaign trail, Peter Strzok took
over as head of the FBI department in charge of countering Russian espionage. The department was much smaller than the Cold War years, as Russian spies were no longer a priority for the U.S.
When I entered the FBI, I was working, interestingly enough, domestic terrorism, so it was nothing at all what I ended up doing later in my career.
In May 2016, 5 months before the elections, a worrying event came to the attention of the FBI.
Local hackers, who you hire hackers, look at your parents' law.
Do with multi-gig internet, more VPN, more streaming, more gaming. Do more with multi-gig internet. You get a 5-year price lock guarantee at Cox Mobile.
My parents did go to the program. They had their, the animals training there, the staff, the faculty, the family, they stand by everything. I would have been over to say everybody, anybody who's looking for a career, any field that knows that career college has, I definitely want to do it.
Hackers had managed to get into the Democratic Party's computer servers. They stole emails and private messages between Hillary Clinton and members of her team. The following month, the FBI found out that one of Trump's advisors had been approached by a Russian agent.
The government of Russia had made an offer to this individual named George Papadopoulos, saying, hey, we have information that is damaging, embarrassing.
Get him off of it! Get into Carroll County now with the SWAT team and get these animals!
The FBI decided to make the hack public.
U.S. intelligence agencies believe Russian cyber spies hacked into the computers belonging to the Democratic National Committee.
Anyway, the spokesman for the government today denied, of course.
The head of the CIA was the candidate Trump to warn him of the Russian maneuvers involving his campaign team.
I was in the Trump Tower in early June, and we sat down with Donald Trump and several other individuals to give them a briefing about the assessment that we had done on the extent of Russian interference in the election. Donald Trump listened to the briefing. He was very skeptical. He kept trying to, I think, redirect the focus away from Russia. He kept saying, it could be the Chinese. I think he was interested in trying to find out how we knew what we knew, which really worried me because I was very concerned about the sources that we had, whether they be technical or human sources. I quite frankly didn't trust Donald Trump.
The FBI opened an investigation aiming to identify any Americans suspected of collusion with Russian intelligence. It was run by Peter Strzok.
I was not prepared for that. I don't think anybody in the intelligence community was prepared for the type of interaction between Russian government actors, Russian agencies of influence, and the people in and around the Trump campaign. In my mind, that had not existed, had not been seen during any of our lifetime.
The investigation revealed that 5 people working for one of the candidates to the presidency of the world's leading power had been having suspicious dealings with Russian secret services. These included 2 of his international advisors, his political advisor, his national security advisor, and even his campaign director, Paul Manafort. The FBI received some crucial information from the former anti-mafia prosecutor, Kenneth McCallion, who was now a lawyer. Paul Manafort had supposedly laundered money for an oligarch linked to the Russian intelligence services.
We were able to follow the money trail, so we turned our evidence over to the FBI. And their silent partner was someone Mogilevich.
The Russian godfather of godfathers, who was one of the first investors in Trump Tower, was suspected of having started working for Vladimir Putin. This led to an American associate with Donald Trump, Felix Sater.
His father was a fairly high up lieutenant in the Mogilevich Russian organized crime organization. Felix Sater was working in Trump Tower, 2 floors below Trump's penthouse. Trump certainly would have known of his criminal past.
Hi, everybody.
This is perhaps the heart of what links Trump to Putin's Russia: money.
It is Felix Sater who suggests to Trump that they could build a Trump Tower in Moscow and get the approval of Vladimir Putin, which is something that Trump had been seeking for years. And Trump got all excited, and this was during the presidential campaign. So while he was running for president, Donald Trump, through Felix Sater, was secretly trying to get Putin to sign off on a deal that could make him millions and millions of dollars.
So that's a good economic and financial incentive for Trump never to say a bad thing about Vladimir Putin.
And easing of tensions and improve relations with Russia from a position of strength only is possible, absolutely possible.
In the months leading up to the election, the Russians were far from certain that they would see their candidate enter the White House. He was rocked by a huge scandal.
A shocking video of Donald Trump talking on an open microphone, bragging about sexually assaulting women.
It remains to be seen whether Donald Trump's campaign will be able to recover from the video that is said to be shot on the time.
I was talking to the head of Trump fundraising for the campaign, and this guy was distraught. He said, well, it's over. There's no way we can win now. But WikiLeaks suddenly makes this dump that then shifts the attention back to embarrassing things that Hillary Clinton rather than Donald Trump.
Clinton's cat facing yet another embarrassing trove of hacked emails released by WikiLeaks. The CBS News battle tracker showing that 51% of voters polled think Clinton has a different notice in private than in public.
The hacking carried out by Russian services 8 months earlier was now revealed by WikiLeaks, giving a fatal blow to Hillary Clinton's campaign. In a tight-fought election, Donald Trump was elected President of the United States.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear. Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear. The office of President of the United States. The office of
President of the United States.
As Trump celebrated his victory, Putin took center stage, visiting one of his former bosses, the KGB.
Никогда не забудем того, что вы сделали для страны и для нас. Мы это очень хорошо помним. Для нас работа с вами это очень хорошая школа. Делу в стороне службы. Мы вам за это очень благодарны. Это все с нами.
When Russia wants to do intelligence operations well, they can do it very quietly. So the question remains then why Russia chose to do some things in a way that would very clearly be linked back to Russia.
I think Russians wanted the Trump campaign to know that they were very interested in helping them, so that if Trump were to be elected, I think they wanted to be able to derive a benefit from that assistance. Seeing the White House occupied by a president over whom he had control was undoubtedly an achievement for Vladimir Putin. But using the situation to his advantage would turn out to be more difficult. It was unknown territory which no KGB manual had ever charted. The president who entered the White House was unqualified and underprepared. Trump had to get rid of his entourage, who were too easily compromised by Russia. He wisely surrounded himself with advisors above suspicion, who embodied the traditional Republican line.
Where Mr. President, one of the communities that never faced such a diversity of threats to our country.
I want to thank Ambassador John Bolton for joining us.
So he recruited John Bolton, a former advisor to Ronald Reagan.
Yes, John, I appreciate you doing that. Thank you. It's an honor.
The allegations about Trump's collusion with Russia in the 2016 campaign made Trump kind of paranoid about allegations that he was elected only because of Russian assistance. And it made him very nervous about undertaking anything dealing with Russia.
When Trump met Putin for the first time in his life, he was clearly uncomfortable.
Nice to meet you.
Tremendous. The new president can make no concessions to the Russians.
Really very little happened after lunch. Trump praised the U.S. position in Ukraine. Annexation of Crimea was illegitimate.
Despite Trump's campaign promises, the Americans did not lift the sanctions against Russia, and in fact, increased them. Trump allowed his administration to sell hundreds of anti-tank weapons to Ukraine. The American president was further hampered, as he found himself under the threat of an investigative committee, which occupied the global scene for 2 years.
It also is advice that Donald Trump was fully aware and had every intent of working with Russia to help make sure that we win the presidency at all costs.
I'd rather not answer that specific question, than just to tell you that Mr. Trump's desire to win would have to work with anyone. And
One other question. Was he directly involved in the negotiations of the Trump Tower in Moscow?
Well, the answer is yes.
Around 15 people in Trump's circle were suspected of being compromised by the Russian state.
Do you swear that the testimony that you are about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth,
undermine the will of the United States is terror. There is no greater responsibility for land. And the way to do that is to vote out the election.
As Peter Strzok prepares to testify, Putin and Trump met for the second time. Political chaos in the U.S. was a major asset for former KGB agents. Putin was certain that he could benefit from the weakening of the American president.
Not the way is to sleep. I want to see, they said they can't see you if the Faraday clock. Are they going to go away? Not really. It was the ball thing and it's horrible. In the bathroom before I put on my spacesuit.
Oh, I do not have to live like this. Nobody does. I don't have to sleep on a yoga mat. I can't sleep on a low yoga mat. It hurts too much.
Do you, Mr. Russian government, have any compromising material on President Trump's solicitation?
Значит, вот я слышал, я думаю, собираюсь,
Every U.S. intelligence agency is committed that Russia interfered in the elections. President Trump, who do you believe?
Did anybody watch Peter Strzok testify over the last couple of days? And I was in Brussels watching it. It was a disgrace to the FBI. It was a disgrace to our country. And he was saying that is a thorough witch hunt.
In front of Putin, Trump attacked the FBI's head of counterintelligence. Within the committee, Trump supporters attempted to sabotage the investigation in any way they could.
Continue our investigation. Prior to his first assignment, he was a deputy assistant director. Mr. Scott, you're talking about stopping him, and how terrifying it would be for him to win, and how you can protect the country. Go together with me. I do not have bias. You're talking about impeachment of the president. And also a hard line. Hang on for a second.
After a 20-year-long career, Peter Strzok was fired from the FBI, accused of political bias. Unable to prove Trump's complicity with the Russians, the investigative committee did nothing more than implicate a few of his minor associates.
To some extent, at this point, I understood that part of our mission in the FBI was to do that counterintelligence investigation. It looks like, for whatever reason, that was never done. It was done in a very small, looking at a couple of avenues, but never a coherent investigation. And I think that was unfortunate.
Even if he no longer had anything to fear from the FBI, Trump remained under fire from critics and under suspicion. The former KGB agent made the most of the situation. During the G20 summit in Helsinki, he insisted on meeting America one-on-one without advisors.
Many people thought that strange things could happen during the one-on-one meeting.
Putin knew perfectly well that Trump, whose slogan is America First, could not be seen to be indebted to him for his election win.
When you deal with hard men like Putin, that's a very dangerous perception to have. So Putin played on that. I thought he saw Trump as an easy mark. And I think, in fact, that did help turn Trump against Ukraine.
Putin's obsession more than ever was with Ukraine. He put the idea into Trump's head that the electoral interference, which had caused him so much trouble, had come from Ukraine and not Russia. It was Ukraine who had supposedly hacked into the server of the Democrats.
These are one would believe, or at least pretended to believe, is an unlikely scenario, which enabled him to brush aside the accusations of his collusion with Russia.
Why is FBI never took the server? Why haven't they taken the server? Where is the server? I want to know where is the server and what is the server saying? With that being said, all I can do is ask the question.
He heard stories about Ukrainian interference in the 2016 election on behalf of Hillary Clinton. Trump decided that her famous server was somewhere in Ukraine.
Look, ridiculous. Like a schizophrenic person. I hate this shit.
A short time later, a businessman of Ukrainian origin appeared, claiming that he had key information. Trump sent his personal lawyer to meet this mysterious informant.
They were so eager to try to find information that they were interacting with people like that. They're been announced as agents, not suspected, but agents of the Russian government.
The man claimed that the server was indeed in Ukraine. With documents to back up his claims, he made even more explosive revelations. Enough to destroy President Trump's main opponent, Democrat Joe Biden, who was to challenge him in the election scheduled 2 years later. Joe Biden had allegedly been corrupted by a Ukrainian company, which his son, Hunter, had formerly worked for. In the summer of 2019, Trump's lawyer informed him that Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky was hiding proof of the Biden's corruption.
When Zelensky prevailed. I did hear on several occasions ridicule Zelensky, and he played on Trump's suspicions about what was going on in Ukraine. He was hearing all these theories. To me, it was all like a big bowl of spaghetti. It didn't make a lot of sense.
Had Trump been duped? Or was he knowingly doing what he wanted him to do? We can't know. But the fact is,
He wanted something back from Zelensky.
Yeah, you can look them up. Tell me what. What was the president? Thank you very much. It's an honor.
Well, I was at the White House when that call took place. I listened to it, as I typically listen in to Trump's conversations with foreign leaders. And I was very surprised.
Trump, congratulations on a great victory. Zelensky, you are absolutely right, Mr. President. You worked hard for this. President, I would like you to do us a favor. There's a lot of talk about Biden's son. Whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Mr. Giuliani, I will ask him to call you.
He got into essentially threatening to withhold security assistance until Zelensky provided Hillary's missing server and other information.
Thank you. Thanks. Goodbye, President.
Immediately afterwards, Trump ordered the suspension of the $400 million in military aid that Congress had allocated to Ukraine. Zelensky was desperately in need of it, faced with the Russian threat.
but it was powerless to do anything, since the corruption of Biden, just like the hacking affair, were Russian intentions.
Well, I don't have any indication that they had leverage over him. They never spoke about it, never indicated concern about leverage if they did.
The revelation of this conversation disrupted the end of Donald Trump's time in office as impeachment loomed. Putin could not ever win again in the 2020 elections. But the vision of the U.S. was beneficial to him as he prepared his big project.
During the last year, Trump clearly was not interested at all in helping the Ukrainians prepare and withstand continued Russian pressure to include what ultimately resulted in the Russian invasion.
Putin considered himself strong enough to attack. A skilled manipulator, but a poor military leader. The former KGB agent had foreseen the level of Ukraine's resistance, supported by the delivery of American arms. Bogged down, Vladimir Putin once again resorted to his favorite weapon.
Сердечно поздравляю. Только сегодня проводят уникальные операции. Поздравляю. Всем дальше.
As in the days of the Cold War, and as in 2016 and 2020, Russian intelligence hopes once again to influence the American elections.
This is the final battle. Would you and myself, we will expel all the bombers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out
Putin is banking on Trump's return to power.
things maniac once for all.
So fucking annoying. It makes you angry. It's like being electrocuted. Okay. Why is this still going on? I'm not crazy. Can you hear it? Oh my god.
Personality is an intelligence opportunity. I mean,
I think these tapestries. They're real cheap. I have them in my black bed too. For very long. Aw, what are you guys watching? The evening sunset. They have extra food. Extra food over here. There's another. They need that much extra food. They like to fly down and eat it. I find it entertaining. Being a psychopath. Blue, what are you doing? She was flopping. I think you hit Blue. My bestie. Aw. See in here? It's just fun to play with them. They're interactive. They'll land on me and hop up on my finger. They don't like to be grabbed because they're so little. They're smart. I'm gonna watch it. Clear to lane. I'm peaceful. It's a big moon. It was like a sunset. They don't go into the walls. This is ridiculous. Why are they still that hard? I'm sorry, I have guys. It's only a picture of her. That's like, where'd you? She's older now. Yeah, where's your brother? He's there. That's him. Oh, there he is. He's up there. Hey, Barry, what are you doing up there? No, brother. Somewhere sleeping. Sleep. Oh, that's like awkward. Mistakes. So there's no lights in the ceiling. Really? Yeah. There's still one plug-in that you flip on and off with the mouse. Sometimes. Oh. It's hard. It's talking this way. I just have the microphone on the computer because it's a complete brain dead monster in my mind. That's a pretty one. Oh, it's a big name and there's a sunset everything. What's that one? Usually for a second there, I just wanted to. I didn't even like the cover, like, the bill already, like. It's my favorite thing. What the hell? So creepy. I always bugs and bugs it. But you can. Yeah. Yes, it is. This is ridiculous. Because this is how bad it is, and this is how bad I don't want to be sexually assaulted by that thing. Electrocuted or killed or something on your filthy people. No, this would be filthy on people. You should have arrested this how long ago? And it's doing what in the story? And he's actually doing it. Problem. The only problem here. Okay, so you're not doing all this, that's the end of the problem. Yeah, it's all incredibly illegal, so that should be the end of that. Oh boy. And the parks one with guys that look like that guy and I like him. It's like a fallen girl. That's really weird. It's really creepy to hang out in the gang. Dude, the guy like trying to get through that. They do this all night. That was the May. got a motivational now. All your people again. Take a bit of pictures. Right? You are away from prison. Okay. Again, I'm in the last 48 hours. I'm away from prison in 48 hours. After that. Respect for you. Yeah. Just had a little bit of skin. Oh. Or you can hear them anyway, there's a loud. What are you guys doing over here? Hey, I don't know. Yes, you do. It is that bad. It was like a rape device. Very much so. I'm only sexually assaulted. I want to get some sleep. If you lay face down, it can not get to your front, can get slightly to your wherever. And look right on that too. Bring it to your butthole. Raise yourself for it. Apparently so. What is that, Archie? It's scary. Maybe, but I don't know. That one gets passed up. I said get them in custody. I'm out. Conversation. Oh. So I'll figure out how to leave this down. Cover the family barbecue. Okay.
He's just trying and trying and trying on that thing with her also in the every story, and that's a child, you disgusting trash.
Stupid worthless one.
Worthless.
Dangerous woman wants to kite out. It is.
Get him into custody then, you disgusting.
Sewer trash. There he is, your guy.
His snorkel. He had the monster snorkel from Farzad. Hey, the really there was. That's these tools. It's my God. Well, there is. It's plain and simple enough. I think the Edmund Kemper size one sometimes, like compared to the rest of us, sometimes go really wrong. But they're twice as big as our biggest security guy. Or some of you that. I mean, some of you are fine, but then the rest of you, like, go wrong. It's the wide, not the tall. My brother's like 6'5", and he ain't big either. They're not deep guys. They're white trash or something from anywhere. And this branch of division, and the rest of them like stick up for them. Something crazy. The courts need to arrest these men. How it works is whenever you arrest somebody, you have to send it down to like Capital City. And then there's also like an air traffic control for the courts to make sure that randomly lynching people or doing crazy like anything. And if all the evidence checks out in proper kosher fashion and like there's the American legal system and you're not doing nothing, there's no such thing as like 100 county courts to have to say anything. Or more. I don't know what each state has. You know, and there's no such thing as like anything goes anywhere. The evidence is falsified. You all, whenever discussing the case, need to address the falsified nature of the evidence. Day one. Release of tinfoil. This is actually happening. This looks like the weirdest thing ever, but it is. This is gonna be all crazy all in a tinfoil hat. It's like telling it there's an arm under there and to like attack in relation to it. But yeah, the guy is that much of a filthy piece of shit and then he just aims the thing at wherever crotch should be in relation to an arm. I called every police officer, news, FBI, Attorney General, State Department, federal office. Anything wrong with public works? It's on every public works officer's desk. See? It's just like the whole town roster. All of those cities and towns. If there are dead bodies in your water treatment, get like something weird going on, they'll find them. You guys are like messy. I mean, like, I think you're very entitled, whatever you're doing. I mean, that's crazy because it was just like so desperate. Because you get talking about you're doing stuff like this and it's been going on for so long. It's been the case throughout. You got something weird going on, like somewhere at a company or whatever. If you have an ace chemical somewhere in public works, it'll get found. But actually, more importantly, if there's a bunch of security guards neighborhood pornography on public works computers, like out of Arkansas, they're going to catch you and leave you life in prison for child sexual abuse. You got a lady and home invasion and everything else. But like, so I'm talking about all the crazy nonsense on, and if that's correct, that's all, like, right away, whenever you're like, no, the damn somebody's bugged my house. The wire in my house, and like, or you mirror my cell phone accounts and you enable the microphone and you get on the computer and that kind of crazy nonsense. What is that? So as soon as you do that, whenever you download an app to like block that kind of stuff or look up what to block that stuff, in the app file, right, where the first thing you end up calling for is the white noise. It's next to the frequency generator, and it's also supposed to like put it on an audible frequency. All you were doing is ended up like, probably annoyed you when I said the last time on your people, you pervert ass monsters. Ooh, and so you figured out, hey, okay, yeah, I'll just pick the pill with it, and like, pill with it, and then like I can get like on it, and I can whatever. You just figure out you talk on it and you tweet that. You got in some big idiot war like this. Idiot monster war, criminal monster war. You're supposed to be able to call the police and the police show up. She didn't make it pornography. It's all like the aliens invited. Like the aliens invited here. For some reason I associate this with like, I don't know what Dale's doing. And the aliens in his bug stuff. That's bizarre. Well, I associate this with like movie stars or something. Like it's in movies. It's not people who just gets it out, but like it's in movies. Drug movies. Yeah, like Pineapple Express. They're paranoid because of weed, but there's tinfoil on the windows for a reason. Yeah. Or like Brooke Kelso's wearing like a tinfoil suit or something. What's his face? Ashton Kutcher. What did he do? I'm being stalked by something. He knows he's being stalked. It's like he's not talking to Molly Schaefer or something about it. Before movie stars, because like the paparazzi are like going through the window somehow. I'm doing the paranoid stuff, but it's on the Kardashians. No, the Kardashians debunked it. There was somebody like on the beach, of course. No, I don't want it. Like, you're too stupid. You know, it's still enough. It's on Oprah. You're right. Years ago. Also, it was on Oprah. It did actually happen to Ashton Kutcher. Cowboys in there. Tinfoil hat. The tinfoil ends up on the windows. You just end up like hiding under like a safe room. Right? They end up in safe rooms a lot. Yeah, they get stuck. Lots of stuff. It's in people magazines. It's not that very bright. Like, You scream through cartoons over there. Ernest goes to jail. Whatever. Crazy. Some of you know about it and are lying, which is unbelievable. Which is scary. You're fired. You're even fired over that. You're lying about it to like normal people. Yeah, like mom and dad call or the people with the kids call. Because I know they have kids they're doing this to, and like maybe they do it differently, but I don't think they can, really. So there's like parents calling completely, they're so incredibly violent, the child has to be hysterical. Because you can hear their interaction with the other person in how whatever they're saying, because they talk constantly about how they're interacting with other people. And they're just, so they're interacting the same way with me. You're supposed to yell at them and pretend they're like the police or something. And it's like, you cannot be any police anywhere you are. I mean, there might be like a guy that's really in on it. Really, he's also a pedophile or something. Oh, like, it's a crazy man, actually. Yeah, they're total nutcase, The crazy was the, I think it's the funny, actually. It's Jackson the Shining. Well, crazy, actually, in my head. Yeah. I'm sure we are ordinary law enforcement. We're law enforcement. No, they're just not like wherever these men are. Somebody has to arrest them. They're ridiculous. That actually is in the story about the 100 It's just creepy, but it's actually just it plays out to be like to catch a predator. Once you arrest the guys doing it, or come down with it, it's not actually organized crime. Yeah, it's just one pedophile sounds like another pedophile to catch a predator. So once we remove the home invaders, they're pacing this right out of like these folks over here. Look, it's supposed to, but it's acting and walking and talking like one. You're being too rough, you're being too rough. That's what it's called. Why is everybody? I feel like the doctor I think I was talking. Leaping and shouting and falling in the road. Being too rough. You're gonna yell at you, so he's gonna yell at you. Should be natural in these. Sometimes people don't being too rough. You got something going on. It's happened before in law enforcement. This is ridiculous. They need to arrest this guy many years ago. I think electrocuted and sexually assaulted them. I don't even know what this is. Or something, whatever the hell this thing is. Because I feel like when I was out and I was up on the land. I never get on this October. Burning corset or something. Ow! He's gonna have aiming at you and just like vibrate you wherever he thinks your like parts are. All day long, biggest like that vibrating. Kind of like spreads it out or something. Your bottom half. I mean, okay. Oh, yeah, little crass. I mean, what the heck? What the hell? Disgusting man. He wants to show children porn and play with himself and sexually assault them as badly as possible in every story in this. You need to get this filthy piece of crap and me and Gwyneth Paltrow and Miss Kathy and case the joint, and it's a schizophrenic monster, and you need to get this piece of crap in custody. He's in Arkansas. It's the same guy that reports this stuff all throughout. When you arrest a criminal, all of a sudden, like all the and the wife beater or something, all the psycho talk is over. The other guy said, no, get the hell away from him. It's your wife or something. This is what it's called. Uh, you have to, she said, no, you have to calm down and separate it. No, all those guys got left for dead. Of course. It's like, you're gonna like, the SWAT team needs to be coming for your door now, and you need to delete my link. Because I really think you've given, like, how does the inaudible noise out? I know you can hear it. How does inaudible noise sound? It sounds like there's tons of them now. You gave me that to everybody on the Richard Hucknall site that he just finished. Something really weird. They need to take their in-progress police grounder away. How long does his cell phone or whoever's running around with him in Vegas or whatever the hell this is? It just is to me, like the rest of it. Nope, there it is again, so it's real. Well, it is, like kidnapping me and stuff. I'm actually holding me now, right? No, they didn't have the in-progress police grounder. Some guy bugging your house and all, and like following you around, which is horrible, and mirroring your cell phone and internet account, which they can do completely, which the police know. So does the FBI and everything. No, they know because they very much do that, which is what I said. Now that you can hear them, it's like you may not commenting on the television, talks through all movies. It is awful. Right. What the hell did I say? Crazy guy's the most open criminal I've ever met. He's right around with him. He's this open in public also. He like can't not be. That's a foot. Stop scanning the house constantly too. Whatever it is you're doing in Vegas. I know I can't get him on cell phone. I need this freak in custody. All of them. You know, the sleeping person's body. The body's not a in progress criminal with a gun under there. You constantly talk about how something's like shooting you back too. I don't know who you are. I thought you were. I think you're somebody house painters from Arkansas talking to themselves, telling themselves some schizophrenic space story. You know, something. It can't be like legal. I don't think in town. I don't know he's dead already. So what anybody else are using it on? Yeah, that's too much. It's like the I don't know. That's troll words going at us. House painters are like to protect themselves in weapons security in the town. City. Stop families and people. Yes, as soon as this scary looking like men and women, like collections workers and big people and anything weird. As soon as they break the law, you need to hold them accountable. Right now, the problem is just these guys. It's just embarrassing nobody's arrested these guys over here. Because they get messed up and are reporting it constantly. Some people are absolutely, but those are the same. They're so bad, yeah, they're so bad, they're ridiculous. They're probably some company troll for a schizophrenic person with a monster. That's like an absolute rule. Yeah, but this tool was an absolute rule. Traveling hobo. Really, yeah. Do that. Yeah, I could full tens your lady genitals, okay, lady? You would talk back to a guy as important as this. The great gang rape, but no. John Wayne the pig gay shit in the filthiest American uniform and lowest has ever shot. The filthiest pedophile, the lowest animal ever brought into a community. Well, do that if I went to. His best friend, Otis Toll. He's the king that's the fool, because Tony Gangrene, the animal Casey Annetto, was it my police officer with Tony Godwin. They said he was told to get him out of the police department. No, but with a blue-collar butcher, the dirtiest animal ever exist, and some 300-pound prison type gets out and is running around the town. They're definitely above the law, having some schizophrenic rodeo. Would you get, if they break the law, it's the same as anybody else, would you get that thing out of a uniform? It ain't the dog. It gang raped the sister. It's a monster. I cannot believe we're arguing this. There's no legal system because you put these animals above the law. All of them. Day one. There's nothing going on in America. There's like no infrastructure here because you put these trash above the law. For you, my dear, these are very important janitors. Not, you brought Hey, man, you do not understand how rough those men were. That evidence is falsified as heck. They will not refer to the evidence. They're just like, it's a very large corrections working female. If you're going to hire stuff that looks like something from the Nuremberg trials, you need to hold it accountable. You need to be careful. Or Abu Ghraib or something. That goes all throughout. Is it a corrections worker? What is going on? Is it a bailiff? Is it a police officer? America died with the lowest and the worst whipper the first day you brought this stuff in. You brought men like these into communities like upper middle class suburbia and schools. You let things from downtown slither in. You let the security guards, neighborhood pornography from the worst Muldoon and Tootie to ever crawl out of a sewer. You let them case the joints. You let them terrorize families. You let them move anything in. You just did. Everybody remembers the same things. It's different in different communities, but they're there. And people know they're around and they want them out. There's nothing they can do about them. You may be running more conflict areas for president. Obviously, Arkansas is in like North Carolina. What is it doing to her, sir? In the background on this. I know how bad it is. That's how bad it is. Like he can't get to your crotch, so he aims it at your solar plexus, and it's like this huge tense. Really? Yeah. It is the most disgusting thing. They will not stop doing it every day, every second of every day, 24/7. It is the most horrifying thing you could experience. Then he's telling you, you need to get Otis Toole off of the person he's constantly talking about for the last 2 weeks that I've reported for the last 10 years of this to my local police department. The men in there need to be brought into accountable. They're extremely violent also. They're extremely domestically violent. Get them on the phone. They're low, you can tell. Like the air conditioning repairman, no, you don't make eye contact with low. I want to know why they're in an MBA neighborhood and as affluent one as ours. That's nothing but families. Do I look like am I doing anything in any of that all these years? Yeah. I'm not the perpy in this. It's just there's a bunch of those. If something goes wrong over at Zeke's and side of a brick house that's twice the size of the normal brick house, because those are. And they look rougher. They look like prison guards or corrections worker, and they are workers. In fact, where they're getting out in town law enforcement, or they're coming from downtown into nice neighborhoods, they really, really, really ruined existence anywhere they were. They were definitely neighborhood pornography all throughout. They're monsters. You need to get the security personnel neighborhood pornography saying nobody can go in there. I don't know what the state of the sheriff's department and the rest of the police are in relation to this. The level of crime committed against myself is so unbelievably bad. I'm an innocent victim of a kidnapping. And I have been day one. There's nothing else going on. You can go check. It's all I ever say. In fact, you have to go check. dirty criminals. You brought really dirty criminals. You brought a criminal element. And it harbored really dirty criminals. Really evil criminals. Really low criminals. You can't figure out the security maintenance men are the ones doing the neighborhood pornography and casing the joint with the big, scary, filthy looking bloke. Nobody can get in from Jack from Shining's office on that. And actually be a higher authority anywhere in public sector. You do not do everything. The person obviously does not want to be sexually assaulted to death by you on that thing. Well, they have to. Honey, they would say honey to me and disrespect a man. They're disrespecting his food and his EBT card. He had every right to watch all that stuff. Well, you're getting government money to me. This is the people in Arkansas. You need to get Albert Fish, Syracuse Dungeon Master, and Charles Nang into custody now. That is what happened. I was kidnapped at McWell's. That's the end of it. Well, they would see the thing at the deck. That cannot be in a police uniform. That is one hell of a bloke. And that is really not being acceptable. That's being rough stuff. And that's just being completely insane out of those. Those actually do that. That is extremely low. It's like a talking monkey. It is a talking monkey. That is definitely Sabrina. Nobody has ever done all that. The guy that ate the dog in the hood and raped the sister. The really, really, really low dude. Really rough stuff, crazy man. Lockbeater, too. You don't talk. We're in a legal system. You can tell the thing must have come out of nowhere. This is why. The other guy is doing something so heinous out of Roseanne Barr's, okay? On all of you, male and female or something. I meant male. Well, some of us are very white collar. Okay, out of white collar. When you lock it down, the other guy is running Bo Bridges Eden over there in his head and his pants. And in the halls of the institution. That is obviously a rough man. When everybody around reports the son of a bitch, you have to do something about it. When you gotten 50 calls about the guy or 20 calls about the guy, you get that many calls about that man. The fact that that man is still there or was there in the first place is unbelievable. Right now, you need to get the you need to get the criminal, the schizophrenic man, and then the day is just normal. If you removed all the schizophrenic criminals in this that are breaking every law known to God and man 24/7 out loud as badly as possible, then the case would not become irrelevant. Stuff he's doing, okay, too. What is it you're doing over there? You're sitting there like rearranging it so you can get past that Faraday clock because a Tony animal could be hurt by that. Except that dad and dad. It said, yes, you could have hit with your car. Yes. Pucker. Albert Fish. The vicious it. Well, that's his jurisdiction. This is whose jurisdiction it is. That's how bad jurisdiction is. Nobody in their right mind whatsoever can do something about anything. Who do we have working out of like the sheriff's department or something that is causing this? Or down in Little Rock. This is a lot of it is absolute nonsense. The entire thing is, I need you out of Las Vegas if you're going to move that thing around. There are people in houses all around. That man sexually assaults every child he encounters. Their children sleeping in next door. Don't point that out, but there just are. The house right next door. You're in like a townhome in these places. You're in a city. It is that bad in her house. We asked, but they didn't send the SWAT team in to arrest the son of a bitch. Yeah. You just remove Otis Toole from the Walmart, okay? Like on the television. We caught a pervert doing this on the security camera at Lowe's. It was on 3 months ago. I was sitting there watching it. It's on all the time. That's what you catch. Where are the police that do that? Well, we're taking care of this into. You don't take care of anything. What? Tony Hill. Detective Pate? He looks like he drinks too much to drive a dump truck. I'm not going to end up in the cement mixer, you asshole. He's got too much going on to drive a dump truck, so he ended up doing whatever he's doing there for police department. That's not detective caliber. It's more of like a law job, like a legal system. Or like a lawyer. Someone who actually has knowledge of the law. Maybe it's a criminal justice job. Does he have a criminal justice degree? We have tons of people with criminal justice degrees. I'm not standing up for law enforcement, supports other law enforcement in relation to Otis Toole rapes children to death 24/7 as evilly and nastily and as anyone possibly could. Yeah. And then gives their link out to every house painter who wants to rape children to death out there. Because that is definitely all that thing is. It's not Osama or something really weird. It could be a home invader from the white power movement. It could be a bent over schizophrenic crackhead from Kensington Avenue, it sounds like. In Philly. Philadelphia. That wants to, case the joint for wealthy people. Because he's a poor schizophrenic monster. Is what it sounds like. It sounds like house painters might do that. And he's given I've given those little girls at links out who also want to rape children with Otis Toole, because Otis Toole has these things he's doing there. Yeah. That is what it sounds like. So he's given the little girls links because he likes to go back to the same families, he said, because they'll never get away from him. Like his thing with getting past anything the person does to get lay down and sleep. Now you talk about it 24/7. My Alexa speech to text enable over there is just talking away itself on the ultrasonic frequency. You can't hear any of those frequencies are actually there. That's all you're on. Immediately, whenever anybody has had their house bugged for a long time, that's going to pop up. Anytime you think your house is bugged, how to block that? That pops up. Noise that is there but not there. What I was messing with there. Okay. It's the thing for that. So you're just doing it back because they tried to say I couldn't do my thing here. This is his stuff in here. They would take his rig. Pops out of that. Which actually does sound like Detective Pate's a degenerate. Totally a completely degenerate member of security guard. Just anything. It sounds like the guy that does that out of something. Somewhere in the city in law enforcement. Really? Yeah. But I mean, you're losing a bet here, to say the least, as far as it's been that way throughout. The authorities liking these guys. Oh, he is the most. There's no such thing as that to those men. When a person says no to sexual assault, that would be sexual assault. You know that, and the person is saying no to it. Well, I didn't want that on the internet. Well, you can't retaliate by sexually assaulting them. And they have every right to put that on the internet. You didn't learn that since you were 4 years old and Mrs. Taffler's like 4th grade and 1st grade class? All through college, it's called the American legal system, the Constitution and stuff. You disgusting son of a bitch. It's in the Bill of Rights. You're not allowed to rape them back. They report you for stuff. Do you realize the level of crime that is technically legally? You've been doing it all throughout. You're not allowed to gang rape, sexual abuse, stalk, to retaliate for the person reporting you falsifying this evidence and kidnapping somebody. It's a problem all throughout that. Those are trumped up charges by a lunatic as bad and as rough as you. Very obviously, the Neanderthal monster from the hood caves. The dirty construction worker caves. It's handicapped. Really evil Sabrina immediately says, oh, well, yeah, we did trumped up the charges. There ever been such a thing as that? He can't not do that, I don't think. He's seeing Sabrina's again. Of him. It's not Forrest Gump. So I didn't know what that was. Well, somebody needs to get on it now. Idiot monster Wake County gave it legitimacy instead of fixing it. Yeah. Oh, the guy's out of jail. Okay. I mean, like, I'm really supposed to think what about this? I wouldn't know what to think of that either. No, I just wouldn't know what to think of that. That's why Wake County needs to serve prison time for it, because they knew what it was. It went on for years. Before they did all that, which is very serious crime, which they did out of googly-eyed, vicious, psychopathic monster or something weird somewhere. Or I might have been in the room with whoever did it in the first place, Albert Fish's. Because he is a googly-eyed, vicious dungeon master with a sex offender issue, actually internally in there, which apparently can very much be the reality on stuff. The quality can also be extremely poor. You are supposed to file the proper procedural to use any of that. You do none of that? I need you off that now. Do you understand that, Delmar? You're going to prison for conspiring to kidnap, gang rape, and home invade women and children with Otis Toole. You retarded sack of shit. Pedophile shit. Like a To Catch a Predator. That ever not been how it works before? You're just too crazy not to do this. The birds agree. I think you zapped blue. She couldn't fly for a minute. He probably zapped blue. You zap poor little Patty? Patty could not be a nicer creature. I don't know what is going on in Bluebird chickadee parrot, but like, that's my friend and that's harming animals. You're a schizophrenic, you're an ass, you're you. The guy that hurts pets. It's not a weapon. I don't know what the hell it is. Probably could hit a bird. I need you not in the neighborhood with that thing. Who's helping them in Vegas actually, like hanging out neighborhood pornography? Yeah, it's my business because that animal needs to be in prison for neighborhood pornography and casing the joint. Apparently there are men in security, in law enforcement, that are really dirty, really low. The guy's been here long enough that are completely outside of the norm and need to be brought in to custody and fired. Do you have a public place? Okay. All that. No, I'm going to shut down as much as I want. And all those other guys around the country. Did you give the link out to everybody who might murder you because you keep your money not in your sock drawer sometimes? And they want to rape your kids? So now they're all going to check out your house to rape your kids and you run and check out your white. Who are these guys? There's your names. Todienos. Really? I hate to say it. I'm not being like, no, the thing happens to sound like that. In Vegas, it sounded like that in North Carolina too, for some reason. Really? Like one of their guys that runs in and cuts phone lines, and when you call, he's actually in on it. He knows. So it's a filthy piece of shit that actually brought whatever they're doing in North Carolina. It came down from the Northeast. That is a rough. That is a rough, degenerate construction worker in the Northeast. That's Mr. Dirty Guy with a truck with a ladder hanging off of it that anybody who knows him doesn't want him around, out of all the random hoodlums. How are they even getting into law enforcement? You know, these people also are hired out of a job fair and barely go to training and are running around town all day and night sometimes. Is in fact correct. They go to the training facility and now are somewhere on dudes like that. And he worked in security before this. I don't know why they're running him for chief of police in Cary. Or saying that he is. And then where the hell is the chief of police? Everybody wants to know. Of some sort. You can't break the law. And there's nothing in that to say you could. All you've done is like establish this outside of the law situation, criminal organization. They get hired from a job fair. They go to law enforcement training over there with something that looks like Zeke again, sometimes. Those guys are, but people react viscerally to them all around. If it's got the wrong kind of add-up. Those are dangerous. They're responsible for some of this stuff. Or connected to it. Those are rough guys. If it looks like Zeke, that is a nasty dude sometimes. To the point that it's Jack from the Shining of everything over there. This kind of stuff. Really bad stuff happens around men like that. That'll be in the training facility. That these guys are out of. Other people are getting hired out of criminal justice degrees, out of actual training. Yeah. And now you have guys from a modular home in Wendell running around Cary all day and night. Wandering into the schools. That is correct. You don't need New Bern Street hoodlums and Zeke's wandering into your local high school. Like Arnold Schwarzenegger in Kindergarten Cop, he's not quite sure what, he doesn't head towards kids. He's not that interested. That thing does. The one that does is a monster. The weird townie that wanders in out of public sector employment, you have outbreaks of this stuff so bad that you don't have a country is actually correct here. You have a country. You just don't have like an education system. You don't have a public sector country. And that is correct. That is what's going on. Enough. There's other stuff going on. That's a big part of it, what I said. Watched it for years. You then lie about it. I want to know who's responsible out of actual management of this and regional management that these guys are running around like that. You know that thing. That's exactly where you found that thing. Why are you letting it run around to other stuff's functional? Yeah. That is a dirty dude in that, with the woman sitting there, falsified evidence. Really, yeah. I mean, that is just an icky, icky dude. That's a low man also. I don't know what that is that guy's up doing, but like, oh, I know what that guy's doing. Well, I can't imagine what that guy's doing. Well, that's why that's a low man. Eating a dog. Gang raping somebody. Putting a woman in a hospital and gang raping her. That is out there, and that's what does that kind of stuff. Whatever that guy's got. Well, it is, because unfortunately degenerate exists. And that's how the play out is. And rough stuff exists. And there's lots of people. And that's just the play out. That's like a crackhead or something. Okay. That sounds nice. So they sit around and chew on something that gets them high and they're handicapped. Yeah. Okay. But it's just, like that's what you have here. You have hobos, you have whatever. Pedophiles over there. You have abandoned lots with locks on the fence and the fence fixed, so it's not like it's property, piece of land that belongs to somebody. You have all the actual things that are actually there. Get off that thing on my house. No, Tony Edo said that when they report this is mental health. Are you giving you're stalking the woman on an Audible Noise Act 24/7 with Otis Toole, who is talking about sexually assaulting to death women and children and stalking well-off men, and then giving the links to their houses to all other guys that want to sexually abuse them also, and then check them out to rob them. That is what you're doing on my inaudible noise on my house. Then you are sexually assaulting and beating me to death for reporting you. You are a serious enough criminal yourself that reporting you is the absolutely correct legal answer, law-abiding answer. I'm an ordinary woman in my house not doing anything at all. That thing would have no interaction with the community. They couldn't call the police on. And it would have no reason to be here if you hadn't brought him into this community. They're not in prison yet. They're not in prison. And you'd be a criminal in prison. You just do your job, same as any other job. That's why you need to get a real job and not this. So you're accountable. If you work for anything, you're selling windows, okay? Which is actually what you're qualified for. You're selling Stanley Belt homes or installing them, which is actually what you're qualified for. Then you would be employed by a transparent and accountable company, Stanley Belt or something, homes. And you would have to do a specific task. If you were driving a dump truck, you would have to have a special license, CDL license. Okay? It's not a venue for whatever the hell you got going on over there. That's why nobody wants to go to prison. Yuck. Well, you deserve to be in prison, lady. That deserves to be in prison. Edmund Kemper's in the custody. You had like a construction worker on drugs running loose in the town. Not really. There's not two sides to a story. There's a man sexually assaulting women and children and using law enforcement technology improperly and law enforcement position criminally. That would just be technically what it is. Anything technically that is against the law. You're technically doing heroin on your couch right now. Okay, and then you're dealing it to those guys and buying it from that guy. That's technically against the law, so you're getting arrested. No, but who you, lady? Why you, lady? I'm not doing heroin on the couch. I'm not crazy. You're talking to me right now on that thing. You know that, okay? That makes you a freak, a wife beater or something, and it makes you a very evil Aunt Sabrina also, and low. Also, you know whatever house you were brought up in, what your level of education and employment is before this. That's charming language out of you, but you know that too. You also know that guy got in a lot of trouble on a catch predator. And that's the proper. You also are not a complete outlier to cultural context. The context of the culture. If everything you've learned since you were 4 years old, because everybody's learned it because it's been on the TV enough. You're not supposed to be from that kind of environment. People that work for private sector companies that are accountable to the law aren't. Well, sometimes you guys break the law a little bit. Okay, so you're a shoplifter. You can't work at the store or a bank. You're a thief. There is, go get a job for the mob, but don't try to infiltrate nice communities or a bank or a store or an appliance store or something. Well, that is just what you said. You said something like big time in the criminal flow. It's way too rough. This is what it's called. And then you're not getting false positives. I don't know what you're doing over there, or in there, or in your head, or why, or what the hell that was even. That's why you have the police and a criminal justice and a court, and a criminal justice system to recreate whatever and figure it out. The person reporting it is not supposed to interact with it because they're not professionally. They're not. What do you call it? It's dangerous. The corrections worker is not that important a guy. They're just standing there. They work in a jail or a prison where convicted felons go. Things like that. Where you bail out. If you didn't do anything, like if this evidence is falsified, you did not write any of these emails. It says nothing to do with anything you did. You did not stab these people like this. They were not injured in this manner, and you were not the assailant, and they were the kind of guy that's the assailant. Yeah. Can your victim lay down to go to sleep? Ooh, the lady is the victim. I'll say, well, is that or is that the case? Then what are you doing? It doesn't involve you and Otis Toole on that. You do not run in to take the case on that. Yeah. You're lying and being one hell of a predator if you know that about yourself. Yeah. Too. Yeah. Which is just horrifying, and you need to be charged with it. You committed incredible amounts of crime, all of you, by association and accomplice, involved in my case. And you were really involved since I made sure everybody understood the situation. Since they said they didn't. I need these animals in custody now. I needed these men in custody how long ago? Well, sometimes in the South, there's no such thing as you can just get the wife beater in custody. Get the freak in custody. Get the criminal in custody. That's not a cop. That's a big lug of death impersonating one. There's no big lug that would ever do any of the stuff here that makes any sense. These people and the attitudes are actually foul in that. They would disrespect to Gerda. That could be girl-on-girl action. I don't know what that means. You'll get sent to prison then. You got sent to jail, lady. All right. Well, when a person has been sent to jail when Tonietto feels that there, that is why Tonietto owes me $25 to life for all that.
He was as aware as possible he was breaking the law.
Yeah.
You need to check on what is in my police station with all that. Well, you don't check. You're lying. I say I'm fine. I've been checking it every 2 weeks for goddamn 15 years practically with the local Cary police. There's nothing going on.
Yeah.
I need Tony Godwin that hired Tony Edo. Whoever hired those men, where did you hire them out of? Whoever hired them out of, if they turn out to be Truck Depot employees from Zebulon, North Carolina or something, or they say they're from like off Capitol Boulevard again or something. If they turned out to be ridiculous for Cary and what we understand about our legal system in Cary, North Carolina, then whoever hired them needs to be responsible for hiring something that kind of can't talk like Tony Edo. He sounds like a construction worker. What is his education level? You're in Research Triangle Park. Why is it his case? Where's the functioning police? Whoever, detectives take cases, and those are the, where is the upper management and regional management for this? Downtown and Wake County, that's what did all this. And some lug from construction that says it's his case like Detective Pate. Okay, so Detective Pate. Because hold on, I get a full, excuse me, what are you going to call it? What are you going to call it? But to you, it's shit that. Yeah, okay. Literally, that's what pops out of the thing next. No, they're not mocking Tony Edo. It actually sounds like him. If you were just, the thing sounds degenerate as hell. And then one of them actually is as degenerate as hell and is doing this. That's how it works everywhere. When you have something like that, that's a wife beater. That is a dirty, low wife beater. When as soon as it opens its mouth and it does something like that, like Sabrina and Mary, Aunt Mary, they're the thing's deficient in some way. It's degenerate. There's something wrong with it. It's actually physically different. It's physically handicapped. They're extremely dirty. They're very dangerous. That's what makes a wife beater. As soon as he opens his mouth with something weird. And then keeps doing it. For some reason, wife beaters are keep doing it kind of person. Can I lay down to sleep? No back talk. They back talk to Otis Toole. He's the boss a little. So I can't sleep in here because the felt that Detective Pate was in the Cary Police in the downtown neighborhood sewer, pedophile, animal trash. Oh, they're pedophiles now? They are some of the worst pedophiles possible. How are they here? Well, they could be pedophiles here, but yeah, they're pedophiles elsewhere also. They couldn't be more pedophiles elsewhere also. The downtown New Bern sewer trash. They are so schizophrenic. Now where are you going to sit? Because you can clitty tens a little bit is what he says. What the hell is that? That is what that thing just said. And the SWAT team did not come through his door because Detective Pate was in a uniform. Huh? It's Detective Pate's case. That is actually how this is working. Why am I pretty sure I'm on with every guy that detected this guy ushered in who wants to check me out? And he said, we gave that link out to every guy who wants to check out these houses now. Well, young lady, that's what, that thing. Where the hell is that harbored in an American legal system? told somebody else to investigate it. I was paying enough attention. We can't possibly say that about Detective Pate. That is what goes on. Well, now they can all case the Drake because Detective Pate, they can't get in any trouble.
Yeah.
Do you realize the level of sexual abuse, crime I endured for the entire all those years?
Really?
Because that man was in my police station. What, Detective Pate? Pretty much. That's Detective Pate. That's Tonietto. He liked the other Tonietto. What is going on with that? Did they actually have a gang? That is not law enforcement quality, to say the least. I got through there plugging. I always do. Her mom wrapped her whole bed after talking in this story to Detective Pate on the phone, who rushed in because it's a Detective Pate kind of issue. Where is your chief of police? This country is uninhabitable because it's uninhabitable. It was so uninhabitable with what you had running around.
Really?
It's not Bo Bridges Eden even. It's Zeke you hired out of your law enforcement training grounds. There's like a basic training grounds there, kind of, to be SWAT team and security that Zeke runs. Some dirty, those men are,
Okay.
The things' faces are wrong. Their bodies are wrong. They look they look like the perp, okay? Really, really badly. I don't know what to do. So you can't sleep because you were talking back to Tony Anna. You know, he does this all the time. Then he just steals the car, trumps up charges. He was all over the car. It is a fully paid off $25,000 item. All the hood rats from downtown and that man were doing were just jacking a car. Raleigh has incredible bad problems with crime downtown in this.
Yeah.
Greensboro said the same thing. Charlotte, because it's not Aunt Sabrina, it's Aunt Mary a little bit more. Okay, that thing is the roughest man in the hood. That is a very affluent neighborhood. Go and see who those men were. See who all of them are. They come to the door. It's the surly workmen from off of Capitol Boulevard. It was a surly handyman that you don't make eye contact with. It's just a look. It looks like the air conditioning repairman showed up. Yeah. A corrections worker showed up. Well, those is very important. You should respect those. Why? Are you a corrections worker? You're sexually abusing and threat. But I'm sad there now. I can't get to my lady parts holds or something, or pops out of that thing. Not a lady part hole. stuff with the hood. Canal check out. No, they do stuff like that. You have no idea what men like that do. All kinds. There is actually a really bad hoodlum bar there. Really rough. They said just say you're the boss a little bit. No, that is not Otis Tool. Every one of those pieces of crap need to go. There's tons of law enforcement training grounds. There's a bunch. I know because I've been on the phone to every single one. Or I've gone through every state, every single one website. I know what those are. Everybody knows. People went to them. Really? It's less than basic training in the military. I suppose it's law enforcement training. They're running around. Those are like assisting firefighters. Instead, you have like a venue for orderly gangbang and rodeo. Or something coming out of them. And they're running around. That's what this is. They wander into schools. That's what wandered into schools somewhere, I think. Really? That is part of our Richard Huckle company nest. There is a Richard Huckle company in our schools. Zeke walks out again. I don't mean to, but if we're doing a profile and a police sketch, Zeke is the perp. Something, how would you describe Zeke? Is he skinny? No. He's sort of a rancid pork chop all around. Really? That with a face like a corrections worker that's got a little bit of something like the Asperger's is dangerous. And then he is a vicious, dominant predator. Really? Yeah, he comes from the hood. He comes from a modular home in Wendell. The old one does, the young one does. This came out of somewhere and stuck a ways back, too. It's a low life. I don't think there's a lower life than Zeke, to be honest with you. No. The guy eats a dog and gang rapes. Really, yeah, with Delmar. The thing really, really is an evil man, too. It's an evil man. It's a predator. I don't know what to do. Can I sleep sitting down? You're going to have to turn that off in Las Vegas and stop. You're in a suburban area where there's a bunch of people going to sleep, put their kids on the bus in the morning. You almost don't want to sleep in that room. I've tried that room before because it doesn't really. I can get into the back window on her also, sir. Where is it that a mother is wrapping her child's bed in Faraday cloth? That because Detective Pate ran in and said this is his case, and no. Just say no. Okay. Well, it is. The story is he sat there and it's tea. It's a fun game. Don't take off your Faraday cloth. They do that all the time. Well, it didn't work. So I'm going to call more police. I'm going to drink more coffee and call the entire sheriff's department in Arkansas. Which I'm sure the parents are doing. Well, how is that working? So there's no such thing as what you're saying, but I have no idea. It's probably Gwyneth Paltrow covering her bed in Faraday cloth. And they're 26-year-old punkarellis. Yeah. Or somebody else that is less empowered to call the police. I have no idea. You're not allowed to rape your customers, which are all the people in the county jails everywhere that are that statistic. They kind of just look the same. Tony Edo with that mouth is one of them. That's a man with a truck with a ladder that nobody wants around. That's the wife beater. All of them are. So Zeke, he's a vicious, incredibly abusive predator. He takes an absolute power position. He has no context. He just uses the fact that the state employed him. The thing should have been in prison 1 million years ago. Instead, the damn thing pops up everywhere. And they'll end up, the whole thing is Zeke. They have no credentials. Yeah. It's hired as an administrator somewhere, we think. It comes from downtown. They're in other places. When anything, it's definitely an Aunt Sabrina rather than Aunt Mary, and it's not Forrest Gump's over there. Yeah. Or anything that's in franchise. It's an extremely predatory, dangerous male. Bunch of males that are low. Even if they're higher functioning, that is very evil. It's the dog eater in the gang rapist, wife beater. Whoever the responsible parties are in all of this have got to go to prison. But right now, these monsters need to get out of my house. You're not going to, like, apparently they are so above the law. Otis Toole, which we noticed. Well, it's a very discussed topic. They are so above the law. These men are entitled to do this 24/7. I already sent it out. I spent all the last month sending out to every sheriff's department member in Arkansas. That's why some people aren't responsible parties. And calling all the police in Arkansas. Maybe I can curl into a ball sideways. He tries to goose you from behind. I don't know. I think just enough to check for drugs. Try it on yourself. Just get the damn thing and try it on yourself. They can't get anybody to arrest anybody at Detective Pate's level. They could be like Mafia even. He's slightly correct. Really, it was on Batman last time I turned on. It's a kid's cartoon. Made complete sense. That can't possibly be that. I'd have, like, if you hadn't done all this to me, I'd have 2 MBAs by now. I'm more than capable of doing the work. He altered, anybody watching this, I mean, now we're 6 hours into it, but I'm jumping around and wearing a spacesuit, so I'll probably click on it. That's not nice. What do you say every time anybody says clickbait or something? You know, I said this before because it's the same guys in Arkansas. And it's the same guys locally in Raleigh. Nobody holds accountable to the miles of people you hire for an assisting firefighter or something when you have a big city. Probably. Well, people say that. They run around with the evil whitey downtown, though. Really? It's the direct term. Well, it just is. That is a very evil. They run around with the downtown, and they're racist. No, they hire an abuser to run around with or something weird. Well, that's just a hoodlum. He finds a hoodlum and does the same thing. I don't know if he does it in law enforcement. Somebody should have. It's because somebody actually that's why whoever hired, I think Tony Godwin was still around for it. But whoever hired the man whoever hired in Cary, if the thing turns out to be a truck depot employee from Zebulon, North Carolina, which is how the man that started the neighborhood pornography of Miss Kathy, which supposedly is in North Carolina. It's an Italian-American person from the Northeast, but, okay, so Tony had they're men with trucks with ladders on them that are dirty. Yeah. And I think the power position stuff on that man, really, yeah. They all do it. It's psychotic. In this room, they do it, but they can do it other places. Honestly, they do it other places they're offending. Otherwise, they just arrest Otis for being too drunk down at the pub in Gary or check on the break-in, supposedly. They're kind of rough then, but we don't have too many break-ins. People point out that man seemed efficient. Like when you go into the Cary Police Department, he has a wall of baseball, right? But he has a wall of decoupage of baseball that looks like they're doing something with it, which is like fun. So how weird. Lots of people coach Little League and nothing comes out of it. But somebody goes down in there. Everybody I've told that had to go into the Cary Police Department mentioned they seemed deficient, like mentally. And they were rude to like mom and dad that are wealthy that wanted to report a break-in at a rental property they had in town. Something. Or something that happens. Where is proper Raleigh Police Department infrastructure? Which we have had at different times. There's like outbreaks of this stuff. It's like, they're supposed to be more accountable than this. Knife On got fired for wrongfully arresting people. I'm nice enough. I said I didn't know. Somebody go check. I was careful about that because the thing really retaliates. You can see that in there. It's been the same. I don't know how badly he's altered it. Really. I need to go back, but they've been doing this 24/7. Well, they wanted to take him down. It just be over at Arkansas. You don't work for the man that falsified this evidence, nor do you make best friends with him. You must know who he is. You've been hanging out with him so much. It's the same dude. I doubt Albert Fish is over there. We're just going to call him Albert Fish because he's running around with this so much. And he's a ghoulie. My dear, have we ever, like, heard the South promote pedophilia? The South does whatever it wants. Southern urban decay needs to quit then, big time over on you. You're in Westworld. You have no context whatsoever, any of you. Delete all the links to my house. You said you have links and you give them out to other men. Delete all the links to the family's houses that you did something in their houses, which means you broke in to put a link in their house. Who the hell did you get to? I remember the guys that were in Las Vegas. It was like, it was some of the weirdest men. It was some Hogulas or something. Really? It's not that much of a rodeo over there. I don't understand rodeo. Like, doesn't have anything to do with like a prisoner riot. And then those are actually dangerous. Like, people die in them. I was watching like it wasn't a ghost tour, but it was like the California prison where like a bunch of people died. I remember being on the news. Well, that's why I'm the boss of it. You are a prisoner. You're not the boss of nothing. You're the prisoner that rapes the 18-year-old. Well, you are. Which is definitely not the boss. And then that's a serious thing. It's not like a venue. I don't know what these endless conversations that I can't say no to, and I report to my police officer every day are. Well, that means you talk to yourself. I report something like them if I can't hear you because you're not on speech to text on the damn phone on this frequency right here. On my cell phone app, but you've had, that's what you've had throughout because we've had that cell phone throughout this entire thing, which has been 10 years. That app's been around that long. You really did stuff back in the day. You did stuff so nasty. How nasty is whatever you're doing stuff now is. It's like of greatest concern that somebody let Zeke the orderly run around that much and the town security guards. And then didn't make more public or we're still, just like in denial about it. It ended up really, it was really crime. Because I don't have mental health issues. He's not allowed to use that kind of stuff. That's apparently a tool like a stick. Monkeys get ants out of a log with. The monkeys figured out a tool. That is very criminal stuff. The person has nothing wrong with them. Those dudes had rot. No, they can. You would think it would be something else, but of the profile of the perp in that heads right to the girl with the healthiest complexion that looked like she stepped right off the farm or something. Always. I mean, you're not on a farm, but he just does. We all remember that. Well, those need to be. It's just that you're standing next to like that. The kid obviously has. I mean, that's a healthy child, healthy enough compared to you're supposed to be that job or whatever it is you're doing. Particularly that job, and then you're not allowed to do that till like whatever. You're supposed to enfranchise that so it doesn't turn out one of these. And there's a special education teacher, but you like there might be that guy may, but that guy like would legitimately be doing that, and not be up to something else. He should be a special education teacher. That kind of Zeke would be to me, but that's not what he's doing. He's not allowed to do that there. It's just you're gonna need like a guy that looks like he came from downtown law enforcement of some sort, juvenile corrections. There. So Otis Toole as a baby doesn't, as a 15-year-old doesn't eat the kid that lights cats on fire and leaves them in a trash can doesn't eat the special education teacher, white collar or something. But it seems to be a venue to abuse the girl with the skin like a rose or something. Skin like a milkmaid. I have no idea. I just remember that. The healthiest one and the prettiest of that sort. Everybody does. We get off. They're doing some kind of tweak, bully, domestic violence, and sexual abuse. So it's the one that if it wasn't doing that, I think it's a man who's supposed to be selling houses at Stanley Belt that his family reports of domestic violence and is divorced. It's the wife beater, actually. Mm-hmm. But he's scarier looking, but I suppose he's not respectable looking. He's pulling something off, I guess. I just don't think there's anything you can do about him. Public school calls on him 24/7. He just kind of hangs out. They'll do stuff when they can pull something into their little cave or pull something aside. Yeah, they got Luann too. Until somebody gets her back. There are kids that like cats on fire in a trash can, so I get to do this here. That could be her. Was it you? Like I just said, well, that you just the cats are very happy. I'm not diseased or defected and a criminal from the hood. It's a wife beater. That is what that guy says. That's a wife beater. That's nonsense. Like a real one, whatever, the term applies to. Jessica's law applies to. We wanted to see if you could do that. There. I can still get past that. You can probably get past anything you can buy on Amazon on that thing. I think you have access because of the Stephen Paddock shooting to stuff they use in war zones. Fortunately, maybe there's lots of civilians, like, yeah, that sort of city in Baghdad or something stuff. Stop telling it I'm Stephen Paddock. Yes, under normal circumstances. The emphatic language and the like, I am so, you're my language. I don't know what I'd be shouting at a guy sexually assaulting me like this or electrocuting me. I'm not Stephen Paddock. That's what that thing is for. Stephen Paddock. The mass shooters. The juveniles are real ones too. You got a bunch of 10-year-old to every one of your children in this story have been under 15. 15 is the oldest one you've gone to. I really like those. And to say a guy should, yada yada, feel bad about himself. And why didn't you arrest Otis Toole? I'm surprised he hasn't been arrested because the security kid on camera caught him trying to pull a child into a car. Oh, Benny, but he's really manipulative. He's really empowered. I have no idea what that thing. I don't know what the heck that thing would do. That's about the beast and the child on the wall. Sounds like. Okay. Well, you need to get him in custody right now. Who the hell is working in law enforcement and why hasn't somebody called him? Law enforcement watching this, find where these guys are. That's actually a person. I know you can hear him. He's just on the. Because they have like a. It's about this time about the time when somebody broke in and put the thing in the house. The dog right over there would start barking. Like the dog you can hear barking way off in the distance. I haven't heard the dog's still there. It's this cute, like it's like a spaniel. It's got like he's like white and kind of sturdy and about this big. They're still over there. It's white and like chocolate brown with like chocolate brown spots. I thought it was like a big dog because dogs can bark. I haven't heard it since. It doesn't really bark that much. I wondered if they still had it. I just saw it again. No, I just saw the dog. Because I was trying to hang the wind blew something over. I saw the dog 3 days ago. It's still over there. Haven't heard it bark since. That's any point. Same with like the other bark dog. I have no idea what all this is. It's horrifying. Well, it would do it earlier than that, I think. It would do it like the dead of night. I have no idea why. The garage door goes up at the dead of night. I mean, it's a really old garage door too. Really, yeah. Like it's a garage door. You'd actually have to have. I mean, it's not a smart device where you could do it from an app on a cell phone. You had access to law enforcement tech. You need to see what the security guards are doing behind a fence, rather than just letting lower level people run loose. Lower levels like what? The orderly as opposed to the doctor. You are lower level if you're the orderly, not the doctor. The people involved in this kind of stuff are, in fact, the orderly. Like that's what they were sort of hired out of. About that was training. They're not the nurse. They're not the doctor. Somebody lets them run around that is in like middle management and upper middle management. That's a bad culture. That I think got their start, some of them, out of like, you can have. They're all kind of like that. And then they come in and say, I'm the boss in little. Really? Yeah. But you can tell it's a guy that's not, or it's the orderly. But they get out and they get up in upper stuff over the years. They like to run themselves for administration and all this other stuff. They don't have the proper credentials on the profile of this group that's been around forever, running around. They really try to run themselves for like management positions in administration thing out of downtown that they're not qualified for. They need to kick the bums out. They steal, they get in everything. No, you can't work anywhere if you're molesting children. That's also something you know that. I don't know why I'm still going to do that there. Okay, well, the police need to arrest you here right now, wherever you are. I'm really concerned that whatever this gang is or this behavior, if it's just sort of like, this is just how guys act and to catch a predator, you would always think that there's like, it was the same guy the next time we encountered a catch a predator guy. They're out of some kind of Epstein's only with guys like that. They could be, maybe there's a meetup that police are supposed to like, the FBI is supposed to like have like, wherever they meet up. They're very similar sometimes in that. Okay. I'm afraid that you give the links out to everybody. Your thing of like waking up in a modular home or a trailer there at Otis Tool and working in a jail and running in, and you're just, there's no legal system. That goes for all of you. You have one heck of a symptom with that. Whatever you do with a power position on your people, or you turn it into a power position. Even if you're the boss a little, you're not the boss. The boss just does a specific task boss do. Make you show up on time and do all the things the company has hired you for, rather than sit at your desk and play Mahjong or Candy Crush or something. Solitaire. Call your friends on the phone. You'd be violating the sexual harassment video. You haven't heard that your entire life? Since again, you were like 5 years old and tuned in for consciousness fully? What are you watching on the television? Guy who violated sexual harassment video. What happens when you got a job working for a private company? That was a actual company. There was a sexual harassment video. I could sit like this if I want to without being sexually assaulted. You're correct. When you spread it out, it's like your whole your whole abdomen and lower down to the top of your upper thigh is like clench. No, you cannot try to find, what did you call it? The clitty booter, for God's sake, and then clench it that much. On me and them, sir. Which are children in your story. Well, it just is. Well, you're crazy because you're on this on the app on the frequency. I'm not an idiot. You can hear it enough. It's just a guy on speakerphone doing something absolutely foul. And then, okay, yeah, you did just do the thing you just said. You're not a space alien. You're a man who needs to have his access to how they catch criminals. Because criminals are all over the place. Criminals are dangerous. You're a criminal. They're insane. They're somewhere in the city, or how they catch Stephen Paddock, or look for Stephen Paddock. Nobody understands what Armand is doing. Nobody eats dogs. They're in suburban Manila. He had encephalitis, was schizophrenic or something. So are you. All of you. Nobody understands what the wife beater is doing. He's just screaming, yelling, and bobbing and weaving. Okay? I just don't think the police are where you are. Now that it's on live stream, you can see this is what's going on. Because nobody would ever be this insane. There's not that. Did we hire Epstein hired him? No, actually, just, okay. So it's all the guys that are that weird enough to eat a dog. That's not good. It's company trolls for something, for other criminals, because you let too much stuff run around without 911 over here. That is where it's coming from. Where? I'm not sure. You get something coming from somewhere that's non-accountable. If you were somewhere else, you might have you hear about countries that are, what do you call it? Narco states or something. Really. Would do that if they would to. They're law enforcement and people in the community, and they don't want. That's not how that works. And it doesn't work. Narco states do not work. Think you're better than me? Yeah, because you're a filthy, dirty pedophile. Everybody's better than the filthy, dirty pedophile. Which is a problem. Apparently, you're actually just so insane in your brain and body that you are actually this bad a criminal. I think that happens with the guy that eats the dog in that. With alcoholism and encephalitis or something, and schizophrenia at that point. No, he didn't catch it from eating a dog. He got it from alcohol. You just have to get that thing in custody right now. You Captain Obvious. The police can hear you if you're on live stream. I'm sorry, my phone line's been that badly cut. Also by the Cary police. Weirdly enough, I think. They're cutting your phone line. They cut the phone line by writing you off from reporting it and saying, whatever they did in the kidnapping. That is just a kidnapping. I know it sound short now, but people have been around long enough to know that I'm not doing anything. Who cares if I am? The guy actually did that. That's also a thing. They can see you and they can see what happened. All they have to do is go check. Somebody told them to. I don't know. I don't quite get it. All I know is they conspired to trump up charges and they admitted to it. I think the car thing was dropped. I don't know why it was still held. The man in Arkansas whose jurisdiction it was. What the hell was what happened in 2017? Who was that? I'm not the jurisdiction of Carroll County, Arkansas, if my evidence is falsified anymore.
Let's stop this one and start again.